I apologize in advance. Why am I looking so red? Why am I always... I can never get my settings the way I want them, because I always come out a bit splotchy, I feel. If I darker this, no. If I bright, I can't go higher. Okay, and then I go. What if we just fool around a bit, see what happens? There's nothing important happening in the world, is there? Is this better? Maybe. Maybe. But I have an issue. Let's see if it happens. I'm going to turn off the camera. And then I'm going to turn it back on. And see what happens. Because I've had some issues. And the issue is, whenever I turn the camera off and turn it back on, the settings go back to some other setting. Like it decided at some point, I will no longer save new settings. It just decided. I don't know. Let's try it. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to turn it back on. Come on. There we go. I did save the settings. Okay. I don't know. That's good. Oh, but you see there? Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Hey, what's up, Screen Dream? Happy is a very strong word at the moment. Okay, it's gone. Thank God. Is it? No, it's down here now. Damn it. Let's see if we... Third time's the charmed. Oh, now it's up here. Do I have to restart? I'm going to have to restart, aren't I? It wasn't there before, now it's there. Oh, I'm such a fool. What the fool I am. But okay, let's try this. Give me 1 minute. Okay, yes, I am back. Let me grab some water, and then we'll start. All right. Thanks for being here, Screen Dream. How's your day going? My God, is that a poof I have? Look at that poof. Why is it so damn poofy? There we go. I want it to be a bit poofy, but this feels kind of, I don't know, 80s, 70s, like a greaser. That's nice to hear. What do I have in mind before anything else? There we go. Oh my God, I need to clean these. my idea when I'm not streaming and I'm just scrolling Twitter, I see something that might be interesting. I just bookmark it, but there's so many bookmarks at the moment. Oh my God, yes. Okay. Let's start with a light. Oh, you're finally watching Oppenheimer. Oh my God, you're gonna be so. It's a great movie. You're not going to be disappointed in it. For all the faults of Christopher Nolan, one of which being he's incapable of writing a good woman, he is amazing at writing a good male character-driven story. Yeah, Tenet was so he had a deal. I remember with I'm guessing Warner Brothers, where they had like one for you, one for me kind of deal. So he had to do Batman, and if that was a hit, he was allowed to do. I think it was Inception, maybe. Let's see here. IMDb Christopher Nolan. So it started with. Wait, he was an executive producer in Justice League? So he started with The Dark Knight, then Inception, then The Dark Knight Rises, then. Wait, didn't he have. Or did they start with one of his? So it's The Prestige, is Inception, and then I'm guessing it's Dunkirk. No, he's just a producer there. Was it Tenet? No, he's just a producer as well. Oh, that's because I'm looking at producer credits. Director, there. That's what I'm wanting. God, Batman Begin, The Prestige, Dark Knight, Inception, Dark Knight Rises, Interstellar. So those were the three. Back and forth. And then he was like, just given the reins to do whatever he wanted. Hey, Blaze. Given the reins to do whatever he wanted. And without people to tell him no, he went crazy with Tenet. I haven't watched it because I know I won't enjoy it. I think his best movie, if you haven't seen it, is absolutely Memento. That is, Memento and The Prestige are the two ones that I feel is peak Nolan. I don't know if Oppenheimer is on the same level. You couldn't understand Memento. It's for me, Memento is it's one of those movies where everything clicked for me at the end. Like the very last two scenes, everything just went, oh, now I understand it. But I had to rewatch it in order to fully understand it. I think I've watched that like 5 times, perhaps. There's actually a video where he goes over Memento. We're not going to watch the entire thing, of course. We have more important topics to discuss today. But here, as a treat, he explains the timeline of Memento here quite well.
They actually meet at what is the end of the movie. Chronologically, I guess you could call it the middle of the movie.
Just to If-
Can you draw the line between the black and white scenes and the
Now,
Sure.
if you just put it like, okay, you got like you get these, let's say the
Yes.
classic 3 acts, and then you have the color, and then a line for the black and white, and then the flashbacks and
All right,
the
let's have a
story.
go.
So here, you can see in Nolan's eyes, if you know what's coming, that he realizes, oh, okay, they think it's 3 different stories being told at the same time, but no.
Okay.
It's confusing because I don't think pictorially, diagrammatically. So, okay, what do you have? You have the beginning of the film here. What's the best way to draw it? Best way to draw it is as a hairpin, like that. That's basically the end of the movie. This stuff is the black and white stuff. This is color. And this is running backwards as a series of jumps. And what we do is we cut between the two the whole way through. So we alternate scene here, scene there, scene there, scene there, scene there, scene there, and they meet towards the end of the film. But then within this, you have flashbacks to a different timeline, which is actually even earlier, somewhere around there. Also within this, you have flashbacks to an earlier time, also somewhere within there. So I guess you could use the hairpin shape to represent the bulk of the film with the black and white.
So that's just, well, we can stop it there. There are things that I saw last time I watched the movie that I had never seen before. Like there's a trick shot being done where, because I'm not gonna spoil anything here. I want you to rewatch it with this information in mind that we just watched. With this information in mind that we just watched, and with fresh eyes, and really just you'll see things you didn't realize before, and it will make the movie make more sense. I'll promise you that. But yeah. So you can see here, because apparently the idea for the movie, or the idea for the story rather, came from his brother, who's a novelist, and they went their separate ways. So the idea came from the brother, but they both wrote different scripts. So there's apparently a Memento book written by his brother somewhere. But you can see the beginning of the crazy tenant coming back through this movie, right? Like the different timelines, and he loves to play with time. He loves it. It's like who's, where, when, where, what, how, all that. He loves that shit. But yeah, without someone saying, "Hold on, hold back," it can become a bit too much, probably. Anyway, there's a. Did you guys know? There's a presidential candidate in the U.S. for the Republicans who's of Indian descent. Are you guys aware of this? I think it's Indian. It might be Pakistani, but I think it's Indian. Going by the name Vivek Ramaswamy. Sounds Indian to me. We can call him Indian. The way he's trying to, I don't know, win favors with voters, win the votes. The way he's going about this is quite interesting in my mind. Yeah, the guy rapping "Lose Yourself." I haven't seen this. And you can see why he's polling at 2%. But this is, so when you're going around the circuit, the You're trying to persuade people to vote for you. You're trying to convince them. You're trying to say to them, this is why you should vote for me. And apparently for Vivek, he thinks his rapping is why they should vote for him. So let's listen to him rap. And hopefully I won't get flagged for this, actually. Now, come to think of it. Will I get flagged for this? It is possible. I'm gonna watch the stream health just in case. All right, we'll come back to that video.
Now the clock's run out, time's up, over, plow, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity, oh, there goes gravity. So he's so mad, but he won't give up. He's old that he knows, he's old that he's old, he's old that he's close, he's old that he's old.
I don't know what I expected.
He goes back to his mobile home, that's when it's back to the lab again.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it. I can't take it. I don't know what I expected. But I did. I apparently expected him to change the lyrics. For some reason, I don't know why I expected him to change the lyrics. Like, it doesn't make sense why I expected that at all. But I did. So he's just rapping. He's just rapping over the song. Why? You're a fucking presidential candidate for the most powerful nation in the history of Earth, and you're rapping about mom's spaghetti? Why? But also, he's rapping to an audience that I can only imagine. Like, this guy is 180. This guy is at least pushing 70. This guy might actually be like 30 or 40. This person? This guy? This yeah. There are some people who know about Eminem, but there are absolutely people who don't know about Eminem here, who's never heard of this song, who's never heard the lyrics before, and thinks rap is for the inner city kids, you know? And then this guy comes along, and they go, oh my God, he's so talented. He's so talented. He can do everything. He can rap. He has economic issues. He's a successful business person. Oh my God. But this like, this is actually as if, I don't know, yeah, sure. Why not? This is as if Trump would go up and sing Rage Against the Machine songs. Like, Eminem isn't hiding his political affiliations. He's not really trying to be apolitical, really, you know? In one song, he even says, I'm still with the squad. He's not subtle. So I don't know why Vivek Ramaswamy thinks he can use his lyrics. You know? Anyway, he's lost Shapiro's vote now. Oh, right. Shapiro hates rap. Right. It's not music. Music needs not only a beat, not only repetitive tunes or whatever, but you need to sing for it to be a song. You can't rap. It has to be sung. Trump has has Trump used Rage Against the Machine? Are you shitting me? Shut up, Ramaswamy. Trump, Rage Against the Machine. Really? What? Yeah? Killing in the name, even. Killing in the name. Let's just look at the lyrics here. I don't know them offhand. Nope, wrong. Come on. Some of those who work forces are the same that burn crosses. I wonder who works forces. The Boys in Blue. Who burns crosses? The Boys in White. It's again, it's not subtle. It's anti-cop lyrics, and that's actually kind of funny. That's very ironic. Thank you for that, Blaze. Thank you for that. Why would you do that? What else did I have here? We're gonna have that. Do I want to? Do I really want to? Trump doesn't give an F if it's ironic. He has no Trump doesn't know. I think that's a misnomer, actually. To be honest, that he doesn't give an F at all. I'll did I save that? I don't think I saved that. God, what's her name? All right, I'll just go to. I'll prove why he doesn't, or not prove, but I'll give a compelling argument to why I don't think he doesn't care at all. But I have to look up a name that I cannot, for the life of me, remember at the moment. Where are my... Why? Stop it. Is it Sarah Kendisor? Sarah... Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Here.
I don't buy this. I don't.
This is from 2019. Let's see.
I don't buy this theory at
We need to raise the volume.
all that Trump thought he wasn't going to win or that he didn't want to win. I don't buy this theory at all that Trump thought he wasn't going to win or that he didn't want to win. I mean, first of all, this is Trump, and you have to imagine that in his head he's content to lose to a woman and lose to a Clinton. But second of all, his relationship with Russia goes back 30 years, as do his political ambitions. He nearly ran for president in 1988, in 1996, he ran in 2000, he ran in 2012, and he ran again in 2016. That's not a political neophyte. That's somebody who's had long-term political ambitions. We also know that Trump has had ties to Russian officials and to organized crime for about 30 years, and that he's been the source of various crackdowns on those crimes. For example, there's an investigation into the Taj Mahal casino by the U.S. Treasury in 2015. Trump may have been in trouble. A great way to get out of trouble is if you're the president of the United States and you can pack the courts, you could purge agencies, you could rewrite the laws so that you could be immune from prosecution, as well as filling your own autocratic objectives and partnering with autocrats around the world, which is what he's done. This is a transnational crime syndicate masquerading as a government.
Well, then let me ask.
I have to agree with her, you know. So I don't think he doesn't have a coherent message. I just think the message he has is very self-centered. He cares about one thing and one thing only: himself. This one goes about Peaky Blinders for using their footage. Man, that's awesome. I love Peaky Blinders, by the way. It's an amazing series if you haven't watched it. Did DeSantis really use... DeSantis campaign uses footage of Cillian Murphy without permission. How is this still an issue for them? How is it that they have these political campaigns have nobody who, first of all, understands fair use, Like, it's not that hard. We YouTubers have been doing it for 1,000 years. Fair use is fairly, like, it's a law that was created for YouTube, but it's a principle that has existed since forever, you know? Since media began and with copyright and all that, we've had fair use principles. So how is it that they still fail with that? I definitely fell off every show, except for Archer, actually, in my opinion, fell off. Every show falls off eventually. It was about to fall off, but I think Mrs. Marvel, Mrs. Maisel, the marvelous Mrs. Maisel, I don't think that show fell off either. It had potential of falling off, but I think the fact that it didn't get renewed for a 7th season meant that it didn't fall off. It just had to maybe rush some character developments. I don't know. But yeah, Peaky Blinders absolutely fell off. But there's one scene that is I'm gonna risk it because it's an amazing scene, and I was on the edge of my seat. So when I saw this, so if you haven't seen Peaky Blinders, look away, watch the series, and get back to me then. Whoa, that's loud. Yeah, exactly. It depends on how long they go out, and yeah, it's how long did Peaky Blinders go for? Peaky Blinders seasons, 6 seasons, which is like the most series survive without going off for like 3-4 seasons, perhaps. I feel like that's where most series should cut off. But yeah, you don't wanna kill the cash cow, you know. But here, if you haven't seen this series, look away. It's too good to not. The music comes. I can't risk that. Such a fucking great scene. Such a talk about sending a fucking message, you know? I'm willing to kill 2 of mine to make you understand that I got a fucking job for you, okay, boy? Now you listen. Sopranos, Mad Men, The Wire, Better Call Saul, Succession, etc. never fell off. All finished. I watched Mad Men for season and a half, probably. I don't know why I stopped watching it, but I did. Sopranos, this is because I have an issue, and it's taking up new things. Whenever someone recommends something to me, it's like maybe. But probably not. I just, and when I say just, I mean last week or so, watched Band of Brothers. People have recommended this series for decades by now for me. Like, since it came out. People are like, no, we have to watch it. And I just, whatever, I don't... It never, like, I don't know. It would never explain to me in a way that made it feel necessary to watch. Like, oh, they're telling the true story of a band of a company of men who was on the front line fighting Hitler. Okay. But it's so much more than that. It is so fucking much more than that. It is a great character piece. You know, every episode focuses on a new aspect of how it is to be at war in general, and usually tends to focus on a new character and their failings and their shortcomings or their successes. Like the David Schwimmer character, who I can't remember the name of. You'd absolutely follow that man into war. When you start the series, when I was in the military, I had that person as a captain myself. Like he was awesome at getting you to just get motivated. But as the series goes on, I'm like, no, I didn't have him. I had Captain Winters. That's who I had in the army. It wasn't Captain Ek. It was. I can't remember his name. God damn it! There are two people I remember from my time in the military. It was my first captain, whose name was Ek, and I remember him because his shortened title and last name became Knek. So it just stuck, you know? And the other one, Daniel Lundström. He was my first lieutenant, and we were his first platoon. So he was very fresh. And we could tell that he was very fresh because he asked us where things were in the barracks, you know. He told us. He asked us, where's the storage room? Over there. And that's like, okay, so he doesn't know. He's brand spanking new on this, but he was fun, you know. When we switched, because I was a group captain, I'm a sergeant in the Swedish military, you know. When we switched from our group our group leadership training to being with our platoons, he said goodbye to us by punching us in the arm, you know. It's stuff like that. He was fun to be around, at least. But I wouldn't follow him into battle. I wouldn't follow Knek into battle. I would follow the other captain, whose name I can't remember for some fucking reason. But Lunkan I remember, of course. Anyway, I actually have things that I actually want to talk about, you know? Crazy as it might be. First of all, we're going to watch this. It's not natural why 20% of kids are suddenly... Why are 20% of kids suddenly LGBTQ? From Valuetainment, but obviously on Joe Rogan. So, hopefully, Spotify won't DMCA me. But I want to bring up a chart first, or I want to have a chart ready at least. It's absolutely the woke agenda. Soros and the WEF, which is... Okay. Oh, fuck it. Fuck, I have to. You had to mention the WEF. You had to. It has to be quite It has to be on the top, right? Where's her name? Jane Goodall? Yeah. So just because you had to mention the WEF, I am forced to do this.
And then finally, we cannot hide away from human population growth because, you know, it underlies so many of the other problems. All these things we talk about wouldn't be a problem if there was the size of population that there was 500 years ago. All these things we talk about wouldn't be a problem if there was the size of population that there was 500 years ago. All these things we talk about.
Why are you repeating her? 500 years ago, the world's population was approximately 461 million. Oh, yeah, whatever. That's conspiracy shit. How tone deaf? I know she's 150 at least, but how fucking tone deaf to speak about population control at the WEF? She doesn't speak about population control necessarily, but she's implying it, right? And to imply it even at the WEF as Jane Goodall, it's fodder for the conspiracy brain, you know? I have to imagine someone pulled her aside afterward and like, what the fuck are you doing? But probably not. Anyway, I had to share that. It's idiotic. I don't think she means population control, but that's what it sounds like, you know? So anyway, valuetainment. Why don't you think 20% of kids identifying as LGBTQ is not natural?
I was having a wonderful, peaceful conversation with this guy named Anthony Weiner. I don't know if you're familiar with the guy or not.
Yeah.
He's a very,
I saw
guy.
that podcast.
Yeah.
Anthony, isn't that the New York Democrat? Yeah, it is.
So, and I ask him a question where I say, so let me ask you, how good are you at giving blowjobs? And he looks at me like, what kind of a freaking question is that?
Yeah.
He says, I'm sorry? And I said, yeah, how good are you at giving it? He says, no. I said, when you were 11 years old, did anybody teach you how to give one? No. Why would they teach me that? That's what they're teaching in schools right now in many different places. Oh, they're not doing that. There's no way they're doing that.
There
right?
are books that do show that.
They're not teaching 11-year-olds how to give blowjobs. They're not even teaching teens how to give a good blowjob. They're teaching teens, how to safely have sex. And that's a good thing.
Yeah.
There are books, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if a person wants to sell that book at Barnes & Noble, go for it. If a person wants to sell that book on Amazon, go for it. But what do you think about parents that are protesting all over the place, where in some districts, these guys are saying, no, this is recommended reading by the teacher, and it's normal, it's okay, you should learn about this at an early age. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think it's very clear that there are certain teachers that have an agenda.
Blowjob in kids' book. Taught in schools? I don't know why it's doing this. Thank you. Genderqueer published by Onipress. Oh, yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Of course it is. And I am looking. Is there no, like, everything, like, it's just about someone exploring their sexuality. It's who is, you know, coming in of age when those things are relevant. I don't care. Like, should kids read it? No, but kids don't read. Kids read kids' books. This isn't a kid's book. This is a teen novel. What? Use em air pronouns? Why? Though that thought that a comic of reading statistics would be the last autobiographical comic E would ever write. Why not just use they then? Comic they would ever write. It's an autobiographical. Oh my God, it's even autobiographical. Whatever. It's a teen book. It's for teens. It's not for kids.
And that their agenda is to indoctrinate children into this LBGT mindset.
That's bullshit.
And that this is
there's like two people of that.
Not just cherished, but celebrated. And, you know, if you're talking to someone who is a gay kid, great. That's great. If you want to tell them that it's okay to be gay and, you know, you should be your true self, great. That's terrific. Mm-hmm. What my concern with is that a lot of...
But if you tell a straight kid that it's okay if they are gay, and if you tell a straight kid that it's okay that their classmates are gay, well, that's a bridge too far.
What we're seeing with, like, New Jersey had an uptick in kids identifying as non-binary by 4,000%. Like, it's not natural. These are not normal numbers. And I think children are very malleable. They're very impressionable. And if you reward them for certain kinds of behavior, if they are praised and cherished for certain types of behavior, I think they'll be encouraged to do that. And I think you're seeing with a lot of these detransitioners that a lot of these kids got encouraged early and got put on hormone blockers and hormones and got mastectomies and got castrated, and now they have deep regret.
There are very few people, very, very few individuals who detransition. Yeah, left-handedness. I have the graph up here. Don't you worry. Very, very few people detransition in general. Like less than 1% to as many as 8%. That is nothing. That is we can go to the middle here and say 4%. Sure. Okay, 4% detransition, and that's nothing. Most of those detransitions happen during the early stages, I imagine. Like I haven't looked into it, but come on, it's the early stages that detransitioning happens, right? And most of these detransitions that are reported on are from people who haven't even started hormone therapy in a lot of cases. Like they have like they're gender non-conforming in general, and they're like, oh, well, I might be a woman, but then they're like, you know what, I might not be, but I'm just not conforming to masculinity. Okay, great, move forward. The amount of people who detransition after a mastectomy or a castration, or if that's what it's called, even whatever, it's minuscule, if even happening at all.
And
I know there's this one person who is on every talk show. Detransitioner right-wing media. What is her name? Just one image and a name. Right, the former detransitioner fighting anti-transgender movement she once backed.
We all remember those awkward tween years trying to figure out what fit best.
Like it's I think it's more likely that right-wing media is making people detransition more than left-wing media or left-wing policies are making people try to transition. Why can't I find her young female detransitioner? There she is. Chloe Cole. Chloe Cole. Like, I don't know this woman, but she is suing with money, by the way, from right-wing millionaires and billionaires. She is suing the medical institutions that gave her the treatment she asked for. She is the one person that they are going to. She apparently had a mastectomy. She apparently had like a lot of treatments. She is, by all accounts, the only person that the right-wing media seems to lean on for gender detransition. Now they have Ollie London as well, but he isn't detransitioning in any capacity, really. He's just no longer crazy, but he is. But yeah, I have my doubts about her medical history, because the medical institutions that she is suing aren't allowed to release her medical records. They don't have the right to do that. She has the right to do that. So why isn't she doing that to prove her point to the media? So I have my doubts. I want to see the evidence before I make a conclusive statement, but I have my doubts. Anyway, let's continue here.
People don't want to acknowledge that, and they attack those people. They attack those detransitioners. We have always thought that young children are not capable of making life-changing decisions at an early age. That's why we don't allow 7-year-olds to get tattooed. Right. And now all of a sudden you're allowing 7-year-olds to say that I'm a girl or I'm a boy, cut off my breasts and put me on testosterone.
Yeah.
That's craziness.
What
That is craziness, because it doesn't happen. Transitioning for a 7-year-old means changing the way you dress, changing the way, maybe changing the name, or getting a gender identifying nickname. Going by he, him, or she, her, or whatever you go by. Stuff like that. It's not medical. It's not invasive transitioning. For a 7-year-old, you haven't even hit puberty yet. So, no, none of this is happening. None of it.
Percentage of parents do you actually think? Obviously, we don't know the exact number. But what percentage of parents, left, right, middle, think that's okay? What do you think that percentage is?
That's interesting. I would not know. I would just be wildly guessing.
What do you
There's a certain amount of people that are in the progressive mindset that is essentially a cult. Look, there's cult-like thinking on both the right
Sure.
and on the left.
Absolutely.
It's cult thinking. It's conglomerations of opinions that you adopt and you defend because that keeps you in the tribe. And the LBGT, whatever the other numbers are in letters, what that is it's a flag that you're flying to show that you're on the right team, that you're progressive, you're open-minded, you're on the right side of history, you're inclusive. You know, this is what they're doing. And that has an effect on people psychologically. I think you should allow people to be who they are, and you should be open
As long as they're not kids, apparently.
to people being who they are no matter what
I haven't. Link it and I'll look at
it is. But to encourage them to go in a specific direction, I think there's real repercussions for that. And I think you're seeing that with these detransitioners.
You think it's 1%, 5%, 10%, 15%? You think it's 20 plus? Like if you were to guess.
I don't think it's 20 plus.
I don't think so either.
I think it's a vocal minority. The same thing with people that think that trans athletes should be able to compete with.
So they're not going the direction I assumed they would, where this would just come up naturally. But maybe they are, actually. Maybe that's coming. Maybe we'll give them a few more minutes and see what happens.
With women and biological women in women's sports. It's a very small, very loud minority.
Speaking about sports, I do think there is some legitimacy to putting roadblocks for trans women to compete against women. I do think that's a valid opinion to have, because you can't, day one that you transition, you're still gonna be in a male body. You're still gonna be able to completely decimate every woman, 90% of women at least, that you compete with. I am. So just to give an anecdote, my sister-in-law, she trains like crazy. And I mean like crazy. She loves to train. She has 10,000 steps every single day without fail. I think she failed like twice. And then she had a 2-month stop when she gave birth. But she has, since I've known her for 2 years now, she's been going on 10,000 step walks every single day almost. I can still beat her in any physical competition. It's not even close how easily I'll defeat her. And I am a slob. I don't work out at all. I want to change that, but I haven't. So I think it's legitimate. Like if I transition tomorrow, which I won't, but if I transition tomorrow, it's not gonna be. I don't think I should be able to compete against women day one. You know, so having roadblocks is legitimate. Completely stopping them, I don't think that's legitimate. We've seen with the swimmer, trans swimmer, Leah Thompson. That's it. Leah Thompson. Can I just get Leah Thompson wiki? Can I get a wiki? Oh, no. All right, that's Leah Thompson, of course. No, Leah, not Leah. But we'll go record then. Transitioning versus post-transition. Can I not get... The thing I'm looking for that I've only heard about is that she didn't... First of all, she lost a lot of time on her record from going from a male record to a female record with quite a lot. Like a minute or so. Fact-checking Mayhem's claiming transgender women and Leah Thompson are dominating women competing are missing context. The post, blah, blah, the post contains photo montage. The post, blah, blah. For example, Rachel Levine was not named Sole Woman of the Year by USA. Levine, Thompson made history of becoming the first transgender NCAA women. She won women's 500-yard freestyle in Atlanta. Thomas triumphed in a single category, so the claim she now dominates women's swimming is misleading. The race she won was just one of 21 swimming and diving events listed, blah, blah. Other competitors took the other titles. She isn't listed under the record of the NCAA results summary and ranks 6th amongst the top point scorers in swimming. Thomas competed on Pennsylvania men's team for 3 years before transitioning and moving to the women's team, settling multiple program records. Her eligibility has become under scrutiny, considerable scrutiny, including from several times. Last month, USA Women available. So I can't. Okay, whatever. Whatever. She lost a lot of time going down. It's not a clear cut. I think it has to be a basis to basis evaluation of if someone is allowed to compete. I think. I don't know how you make a general rule for it. I mean, if you look at something like darts or curling or something like that, where it's not about strength, should there really be any roadblocks there? No, I don't think there should be. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in sports like that. While as in MMA, well, talking about Joe Rogan or boxing or fighting sports in general, physical sports in general, football, American football, there needs to be roadblocks, heavy roadblocks in place, absolutely. However, and we're gonna be very careful here. MMA transgender fighter Fallon Fox. That's her name, Fallon Fox. And record, mixed martial arts record. She has lost. She's been TKO'd against a woman. Oh my God. A woman beat a trans woman? A cis woman beat a trans woman? How strange, you know? How can that happen? But I think, again, there needs to be roadblocks still.
Do you think that's kind of like, let's just say I'm your friend, okay? And we're out at a restaurant. And you know how there's the guys that all of a sudden somebody's going to say, Joe, you're picking up a topic, we're having dinner, we're having a conversation. Hey, what do you think about voting this way? And
okay, what are you saying? Let's get.
When I first started to ever the person's preferred pronouns, and they take these ideas they've been indoctrinated, put it out.
Whatever. They're not coming to they're not being in. This is Joe Rogan we're talking about. The biggest podcaster in the world. Why is this so dry and boring? I'm guessing it's because of this guy, because he is dry and boring. Anyway, here is the history of left-handedness. It petered off at 12%. Left-handedness used to be seen as demonic. It used to be seen as depraved to use the left hand. You know, my father was almost forced to use his left hand. he got an exemption because he doesn't have a right hand. Or sorry, he used the right hand, but he doesn't have a right hand. So they wanted to force him to use his prosthetic to write with. Can you imagine? My grandmother, thank fucking God, bless her soul, she went to the principal and it's like, are you stupid? Are you really that stupid? And he's like, yeah, we're that stupid. I'm sorry. So he got an exemption. Thank fucking God. But yeah, 12%. That's it. 12 fucking percent. Here is share of respondents who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender in the United States from 2012 to 2022 by generation. And you can see here the silent, the baby boomers, and Generation X are very, very low. Very, very low. There's a reason for that. There's a very good reason. And you can see how millennials, my generation, are like square in the middle of these two. And then you can see like it even petered off here a bit, but it seems to be plateauing at 20%. Now, why is it so low here? Well, it's not just that they're closeted. It's not just that they're forced into being silent about it. I mean, they are the silent generation after all. But it's also because a lot of them were fucking murdered. And that's not even including the AIDS epidemic. I'm talking lynching. I'm talking what's it called? Fag bashing? Yeah. There's no Wikipedia on fag bashing. It was fairly popular in the 90s, actually, with a lot of Nazi activities in the West. There are a lot of people talking about going out during the weekend to bash some faggot skulls in. I remember hearing about fag bashing when I was young. I remember myself going, I don't have a problem with gays. I just don't want to be hit on. And that is from a young boy in the early 2000s, you know? A young teen boy saying those things. Who fucking cares? I wasn't being hit on by anyone anyway. My best friend at the time was fucking bisexual, and I said those things. Can you imagine how it sounded in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 60s? You know, go back. You're not going to have positive conversations. Oh, yeah, I'm still cat sitting, by the way. You're not going to have positive conversations surrounding gay people back then. You know? It's not going to happen. So how can you look at this as anything but good progress? Now, here's the thing where they are correct. I think, I could be wrong here, but I do believe that being exclusively gay, exclusively interested in same-sex relationships, is fairly low. Very, very low. Having same-sex attractions, having same-sex curiosity, perhaps, that's going to be up here. That's why this is so high. It's not because we have more gay people in the world now. It's not even because gay people or trans or lesbians or non-conforming in general, whatever. It's not because they have skyrocketed in prevalence. It's not even that they are open more about who they are. It's because we have accepted that people who think they are heterosexuals, who identify as heterosexuals, might not be heterosexuals. Might actually be more bisexual. It's a fucking scale. How many people do you actually think is on the far heterosexual side? Like if we have a bell curve, where does this bell curve fit in, you know? How wide is it? How broad is the middle, and you know, all that. We're gonna do some paint here because I feel like I'm not explaining myself well. Oop. Okay, let's do. Choop. We have gay AF, and we have straight AF. No. What is happening? There we go. And I can do... No shortcuts. There we go. And then we have the bell curve. How many people are actually in these two categories? Where would I place super straight? This is so straight that you can't see the curve as your the curve that's coming on the road. You know, that's how straight it is. You're just gonna keep going straight even when the road curves. Okay, that's how straight that is. This is so gay that you can't even see straight. You need glasses just to see straight. You know, you need aid to see straight. How many people are those? It's fairly low, probably. I can imagine like 2% or something like here. And you know what? That's going to be 2% over here as well. I can imagine these two now. This is just me pulling out of my ass, you know. Where do I place myself? Where are the most people? Here is most people. This is going to be, I'm going to say, it's not a that you're bisexual necessarily. It's that you can accept some intimacy with the same sex. Maybe here, holding hands. Yeah, I can accept that. We have and honestly, all of this should be holding hands. That shouldn't be sexual. That shouldn't be as intimate as we've made it, in my opinion. If we look at the Arab nations, maybe not the Arab nations, maybe it's just a few of them. Whatever, there are in Saudi Arabia at the very least. Holding hands, it's perfectly normal. We've seen it. We've George W. Bush holding hands. There. We've seen it. Gay. Mega gay even. So it's not a holding hands. I think most of these people are like, yeah, I can hold hands, because that's in our culture is seen as a sexual act, you know? So that's probably why we have elevated this level so much, because it includes stuff like that. Maybe here we have peck on the cheek, you know? And if you go to France, you're going to get a lot of pecks on the cheeks, you know? Again, why is that sexual? Why do we see that as such an intimate act to do? It shouldn't be. Again, 20%. Maybe over here we have, what would be the next thing? Hand on the thigh. Maybe here we have make out. How many women, for women making out with the same sex is over here, you know. How many women make out with their female friends just for the fun of it? I've made out with my male friend, but that was mostly to get a woman off her back. She was very annoying, very creepy, very drunk. So to get her off our back, we acted gay. But yeah, women go here all the time. Women do this. For men, I'm going to guess it's over here at the moment. But again, it's coming. It's gonna, for men, it's going to move over here. And then over here you have, you know what? I'm going to say blowjobs. I'm going to say blowjobs. Maybe stroking, maybe petting, you know, stuff like that. And that's, now we're getting into the sexual bits. And I think this, no we don't, is the 11.2% here. Everything else is down here. Because they are chicken shits. So, it's not natural. Come on. It's just a categorization. It's not a... We haven't fundamentally changed our thinking. We've just categorized it differently. That is it.
Not a question of the day on this Monday, actually just a request.
All over the country right now.
Why is it always? Anyway, I just... Whatever, I just saw that. A Raw story. Yes, that's what. Raw story, Russell... That name sounds familiar. Russell Moore. Turn ad blocker off. What? I have. Okay. Pause. We're gonna... Oh, if they want to fuck with me like this, I'm gonna fuck with them. Oh, it's an iframe. Oh, that's... Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Still can't scroll. That's okay. We're gonna... Nope. Why isn't it scrolling? Oh my god. Fine. Always. I have. Look. Oh, it just wanted me to say done. What? So if I go here, it asks me to turn it off. And I go here and like, disable. I have disabled it. Why does it come up when I have it disabled? But I have to... Stupid. Pastor alarmed after Trump-loving congregants deride Jesus' teachings as weak. Really? Evangelical Christian leader Russell Moore revealed this week that many evangelical pastors have become alarmed that their Trump-loving congregates have become so militant that they are even rejecting the teachings of Jesus Christ. In an interview with NPR, Moore said that multiple pastors have told him disturbing stories about their congregants, being upset when they read from the famous Sermon on the Mount, in which Christ espouses the principles of forgiveness and mercy as central to Christian doctrine. Multiple pastors tell me essentially the same story about quoting the Sermon on the Mount, parenthetically in their preaching, turn the other cheek, and to have someone come up after to say, where did you get those liberal talking points? More revealed. And what was alarming to me is that in most of these scenarios, when the pastor would say, I'm literally quoting Jesus Christ, the response would not be, I apologize. The response would be, yes, but that doesn't work anymore. That's weak. They've lost the plot. Yeah, Jesus went woke. Jesus has always been woke. Moore, who has been an outspoken critic of many evangelicals' embrace of Trump. Oh, right, that's why I remember him. He has actually featured quite a lot during the Trump era, I believe. Argues that this has led him to conclude that American evangelical Christianity is now in crisis. Really? Now it's in crisis. Jesus wasn't woke. He drove the money changers from the temple. Oh, weak. Yeah. He was woke for driving the money changers from the temple, in my opinion. But yeah, he was not weak for all the faults of Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, come on. He was not weak. Weak is not the word I would ever use for Jesus Christ, as he's told in the Bible. When we get to the point where the teachings of Jesus himself are seen as subversive to us, then we're in a crisis, he said. Moore also said that one problem is that many Christians simply feel alienated and lonely as politics have come to take over the community outlets that churches once held. The roots of the political problem really comes down to disconnection. Loneliness, sense of alienation, he said. Even in churches that are still healthy and functioning, regular church going is not what it was generations ago, in which the entire structure of the week was defined by the community. That is true. We have been in a there is a crisis in society in general when it comes to community. We don't really have community. For me, I don't want to fix that with the church. I think a better way to fix that is through worker co-ops, actually. So the church used to be the one thing you came together to talk about, to discuss, to socialize around or through. And if you have a worker co-op where it's worker democracy, everyone has an equal share, an equal say, everything like that, you're going to have people wanting to create good social... it's going to be a need to create a good social structure inside of those companies, inside of those worker co-ops, that makes you feel like you're all in this together. Like you're all... I know it's cliche, but you're a family? The way you see the church goers as your family. Focuses used to be the pillar of local Swedish communities. They are on the decline. Yeah. I think focuses along with churches used to be the Swedish pillar for local community, as would the local soccer teams or volleyball teams. Sports used to also be that kind of unifying event that people rallied around. The local soccer team, even if they were placed in the bottom of like the 4th or 5th series, they were still having a lot of local turnout for that. I don't know if that's true anymore. I do not know if that's true anymore, which is sad. Of course, I'm not the biggest sports guy. I don't care that much, but I find the lack of community kind of sad. And that's why I think having community tied to the work that you do, that you have to do either way, would be a good way to bring back that kind of cohesiveness, that in-group kind of mentality. The age of individualism erodes all social ties and alienates everyone from each other. Yeah. I don't know if I want to blame it on American culture being imported. There have been, I learned this while I studied. There is a correlation between learning English and being individualistic. There's actually a correlation between these two. It's speculated, or it was at least at the time when I learned about it, that it's because of the I in the language. Writing I as capitalized puts importance on the I rather than the we, which is not capitalized. And that's what was speculated, at least, leads to more individualistic thought processes. I don't know if that's true. It sounds pretty far-fetched to me, but I think there's at least a correlation, or there is a correlation, but I think there's at least a causality between American culture and individualism being spread. Learning English makes it easier to shut off and retreat into online communities, making you more netizen than citizen. Maybe. I don't think that's true, though. Not in Sweden, at least. Maybe in, like, Sri Lanka or whatever. But Sweden? Nah, I think because we had, if you look at early, let's just look at early Wikipedia. Wayback Machine. And you're going to see... We're going to go back 10 years. 10 years. It's 2013 then, and we're going to go on February 14th. Why not? I'm not saying you're wrong, Scream Dream. I'm saying it's not necessary for Sweden in particular. Why am I getting errors? Look, I don't want to be redirected. I want to see what if, okay, 2016 then. A lot of activities. The reason I'm saying not Sweden. Yes, Sweden is ahead of the rest of the world in these trends. But the reason I'm saying Sweden isn't necessarily a victim to this is because we were so far ahead of the rest of the Western world, maybe apart from Japan, maybe. But I mean, we were blazing ahead with everyone should have a computer, everyone should have broadband internet, everyone, like we were just pushing because we realized, or the social democratic government at the time realized how important this new industry was going to be for the future. So they're like, no, this we're not going to wait for this for the free market to do its thing. We're going to push it out. So our first computer was actually from my family's first computer, I believe was from Ringhals, a nuclear power plant that they were getting rid of. Our second computer came through the program that the government had mandated, where everyone who worked in the municipality or municipal through municipal work or municipal owned corporations or government owned corporations were allowed to buy really, 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 really cheap computers at the time. And then they pumped out broadband to the biggest cities. My friend who came from a very, very small town who actually got ahead of schedule. But because nobody had security at the time, computer security, what the fuck is that, you know? There was a really easy to hack. So a teenager who went to my friend's school hacked the server and changed the name of the last city on the list that was going to be in the first rollout of this program, of the broadband program. So they jumped like 50 spots up in the list of big cities in Sweden, and the mayor must have known. The mayor must have known when he shook hands with the government, like, "Yep, well, you're free to come here to build your broadband, okay? Absolutely, buddy. We are the 10th biggest city in Sweden. Absolutely. Actually, we're the 60th. But yeah, stuff like that. What was I saying? Yeah, we have the greatest percentage of single households in the world. Yeah, we are. Right, that's my point. The point is, Sweden was so far ahead in moving towards the internet that we became natural netizens, in my opinion. We had Flashback before 8chan, before Reddit, I believe even. Flashback is a really old forum. It was launched in 1995, the website. The forum launched a year later, and in 2000 it really like peaked off. The Pirate Bay, the Pirate Party, yeah, we've been at the forefront when it comes to internet things, you know? Not internet of things, but in stuff online. We have been in the forefront for that. While as Reddit, sorry about that. Reddit, when was this? Reddit launched in 2005. That's 10 years after Flashback. Now, that's not to say that there weren't forums in the US at the time, of course. But they have been nowhere near as sustained as Flashback. We have been trailblazers in Sweden when it comes to the internet. There's no denying that. So I don't think, to get back to the point, so I don't think us learning English is the reason why we are so fractured in Sweden. I don't think that at all. I think it's more because we've been pushed into the web the way we have been, and for good reasons. But I think society hasn't been compensating correctly for this fracturization that we've seen, and that's partially the problem here. But I don't think Sweden can blame it on learning English. I think a lot of developing countries can, for sure. But I don't think Sweden can. I think Germany, France, Italy, places where you don't learn English. Because we had English. We were fairly proficient in English prior to us learning, or prior to the internet becoming a thing here. You know? The thing about Russell Moore is that he was part of the problem for so long. I beat you to it, Scream Dream. I didn't beat you to it, maybe. Germany, France, and Italy isn't developing countries. But they are, or they have been, very, very reluctant to learn English. We haven't been that. And yet we have institutions online in Swedish, despite knowing English from the start, from the start of the internet, that is, or start from the web. Our English have become better, but it hasn't been the catalyst for us, unlike for Germany, France, and Italy, I believe, and developing countries. Was more part of the problem, you say, from the beginning, Russell Moore. I can believe that. I can absolutely believe that. I don't remember his face, but he does look like a problem. Maybe that's not him, actually. Russell Pastor. Or is that him? What is it? Southern Baptist Convention. Okay, he's a Southern Baptist. In 2015, during the referendum, were an op-ed in Washington Post recommending Christians to support refugees resettlement. More criticized those who demagogue the issue and wrote blah blah. So he's been, at least from 2015, been a better guy, at least. I'm not gonna cover Matt Walsh. I'm actually I have an idea regarding why I don't try to cover too much mainstream unless I can be first on the ball for it. If it's breaking and I'm going live, I'll cover it. But if it's not, I'm not gonna cover it, because I think most people, when they search for those, unless I think people have missed something, of course, and I can give some fresh, or not maybe unique, but other perspective on things. Because I think most people, when they Google or they search for Matt Walsh commentary on that stuff, they're gonna look for bigger channels. The way I can grow my channel, and when I become bigger, I'll talk more about those kinds of stuff. But the way I can grow my channel is not by covering everything everyone else covers, but by covering things they don't cover. Or things that I just find interesting. I think I can make fun, at least. Anyway, let's move on from Russell Moore and this whole thing. Let's stop. I'm gonna blow my nose. And then we're gonna talk Candace Owens. Why did I sit down here? I don't have the Rona. It's the cats. It's the goddamn cats. It's always the cats. Speaking of my nose, by the way, before we get to Candace Owens, if you're wondering why I need to police my mustache, I need to shave or trim my beard, I need to cut my hair. If you're wondering why I haven't, and why it looks so goddamn long, it's for a very good reason. It's for a very, very good reason. Me and my girl are planning for a Christmas card. We're planning a photo shoot with an 80s theme. So we're gonna do some real cringe hairstyles and just go balls to the wall. So this is probably like the look that we're going for. We have glasses, we have shirts, we have So this weekend I'm gonna shave my fucking beard. And I don't look forward to it. We even have some what's called löshår? What's it called? No wig. It's not a wig, but it's like just for the back. And we're gonna give me a mullet. So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be very fun. But yeah, so this is what we're going for pretty much. Just an 80s themed. Oh my god. Oh, the denim years. That's more 90s though, isn't it? Oof. That hair. God damn. Look at that hair. Whoo boy. Whoo boy. Wait, do I have that? So, okay. Why not? Why not? I don't know if you'll cover. Oh yeah, I will read that. Let me just. Wrong way, I believe. There we go. That's my father. You can see the hair. The hair is glorious. It's quite short there, actually. He actually used to have a quite a big mullet, or an afro. I mean mullet. That's my grandfather. I mean, you can see how handsome he is, and that's my grandmother. You can see how beautiful she used to be. And that's my aunt. And I mean, the glasses alone is amazing for this picture, right? But yeah, so next time, yeah, maybe if I'm not streaming tomorrow, next time you'll see me, I won't have a beard. That's gonna be weird. I haven't seen myself without a beard in. Oh, it's quite a long time, actually. I want to say 10 years. It might be 10 years since I last had no beard, actually. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be strange. But that's why I haven't done anything, because we're going to style it for this, and I might have to. So I might have to cut it for that, but I won't cut it prior to that, just to keep the possibilities open. Anyway, I used to be quite reactionary, actually. I was always left wing, but I used to be more reactionary. You know what? I'm gonna. During those reactionary days, there was a story that came along that just entered entered my stream of content, and that story was about a man named David Remy. Now, David Remy, I think that's how his name. No, that's not his name. David Raymer, that's his name. He was born Bruce Peter Raymer. He is a very, very, very tragic story. He was a twin. He was born an identical twin, I believe. And since in the US you have circumcisions on the regular, like it's you have a boy, you circumcise him, period. Or that was the culture back then. I know it's getting better. I believe. How many newborn? Let's look at that. Newborn circumcision rates USA. Is it still that high? West Virginia, 91% of boys are circumcised. Down to Washington, where it's 10%. Nevada, Arizona, like it's... So it's still quite high. Oh, no, okay, that was not what I... But you can see here, it's petered off. Or no, that's per state. I want to see a graph over time. Whatever. What? Alaska? Why is there... What? Maybe they are not allowed to reveal those numbers. I don't know. So anyway, since it's such a common practice, nobody thinks twice about it. In David Reamer's case, his penis was botched. I mean, burnt to a crisp. So a psychologist named Dr. Mooney, or is it Money? I'm going Money. Dr. John Money, a psychologist who was early on in the gender identity queerness field post the Weimar Republic. He was very, very early in that. And if you ever argue with a Republican, they will mention Dr. Money and his ideas about gender as if that's canon or that's what people use today when they talk about gender. It's not. It's not even close. He started it, but he absolutely got a lot of things wrong. For example, he is the reason, and he did this with David Reamer. He's the reason why people talk about the blank slate, being able to change whatever gender you are like that. Like if you have the right socialization, you will be the other gender, period. Like that's his idea. It's all just socialization. There's no genetic component. There's no internal structure that informs your identity. You do hear it from conservatives. You hear it from Candace Owens, actually. And that's why I'm talking about this. But I want to give you guys the story as I remember it, and we'll fact check it as she talks. Because I believe she's going to misrepresent a lot of things here. She's going to misrepresent the data. She's going to misrepresent the science. She's going to misrepresent what Dr. Money and David Reamer did probably. I haven't seen it, so I haven't pre-watched. But we'll see. Oh, goddamn. There was some... Before I forget, I have to. I'm sorry. There was something I did watch last night that I actually wanted to talk about, I believe. Right. No, I didn't watch it. That's okay. No, I have it. I was in bed, and that's why I didn't save it in my usual place. Okay, now we have it. So, Dr. Mooney tried to convince David Reamer that he was a boy, that he was a girl. His family treated him as a girl as best as they could. His family dressed him up as a girl. They gave him a female name. They gave him everything, blah, 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 blah. He was a very, very violent kid, apparently. He used to have temper tantrums on the regular. And I believe when he was 15, this drove his family into madness, pretty much. I believe his mother became an alcoholic. I believe his father left. And one day when his mother was really, 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 really drunk, around the time when he was 15, I think, she admitted what had happened and why he's being treated as a girl. And Reamer said he has never felt so liberated by this. And finally, he understood his feelings. To me, this tells me quite a lot. It tells me, A, that you can't force someone to be a gender they don't want to be. Period. And B, it affirms the trans identity. Trans people aren't forced or convinced into being trans. They feel it themselves. We've seen this from Blair White, who on Joe Rogan admitted that she knew she was trans when she was 4 or 5 years old. Like from the start. As soon as she has memory, she can remember thinking, I am not the gender that my sex is. I don't identify with the other boys. I identify with the girls. You can't force that. That's completely natural. That's completely internal thought process. And if she hadn't had, if she wasn't able to put into words what she felt, that's kind of gonna drive you into madness, right? Like it did for David Reamer. So, with this preamble, let's see how Candace Owens tells this story.
I rarely do this. In fact, I've never done this in the almost 200 episodes of this podcast. My request is that if you watch this content and you listen to this monologue, that you take the effort to share it, because I think what we are about to cover is so important that every single person in the world, especially people that are raising children, need to see it. They need to understand this. And we are going to be discussing Dr. John Money, which is a name that I want every single person in the world to know. And if you've seen What is a Woman, you probably already know that name, but you are still going to shudder at details regarding who and what this man has contributed to society. Plus, later on in the show,
like I said, he is a monster. I'm not going to deny that. Absolutely not. He destroyed at least one family, and I don't know if he has any regret for that or had.
So we're here, we're queer, and we are coming for your children.
Nah.
That's not a quote from me. That is a quote that people
This is from 1 month ago, by the way.
were using as they marched in the streets to celebrate Pride. So let's talk about that. Let's lean into some of these Pride celebrations that are happening all around the country.
Boobies.
All that and more today coming up on Candace Owens.
Oh, this is so corporate. This is so
Owens.
Just
that are happening all around the country. All that and more today coming up on Candace Owens.
It's embarrassing. Last stream, I talked about Quarter Crew and how they are turning corporate and how it's sad to see. This is why it's sad to see. This is because corporate, to me, is associated with conservative. Corporate and conservative are always hand in hand, you know. It's
a shame that Oprah is no longer on TV. She did cover a lot of heavy-hitting topics, namely this one going back to the year 2000, which was entitled, Why the Boy Who Was Raised as a Girl Forgave His Mother. Very interesting topic. Take a listen to that boy who was raised as a girl, forgiving his mother and speaking to Oprah about that experience of having been raised as a girl.
By the way, that's interesting. By the way, the reason he forgave his mother, I'm sure of, is because his mother trusted the doctors. She didn't know better. I would have absolutely. I'd forgive my mother if she did that to me. She's as much of a victim in all of this as he, not as much perhaps, but she is a victim just as he is in all of this.
I never quite fit in.
Oh, right. Before I forget, or before I continue, I should say, the David Reimer took his own life due to alcoholism, due to blah, blah. He did, I believe, adopt, or he married a woman with 2 kids. I think maybe he adopted them, but because he was infertile due to the treatment. He couldn't have his kids of his own. So there's a lot going on here with him and his family and his life in general. Just
well, the girls would do their things with their Barbies and things like that, and that wouldn't interest me.
Mm-hmm.
And things such as trucks and building forts and getting to the odd fist fight and climbing trees—that's the kind of stuff that I like. But it was unacceptable, so I'd never.
As a girl.
As a girl, I had no place to fit in.
So that's David Reimer. And you should know that just 4 short years after that interview took place, David Reimer would be dead.
Shotgun to the mouth, if I'm not misremembering.
Because on May 4th, 2004, he drove to a supermarket car park, and while he was sitting in his car, decided to pull out a shotgun and kill himself at the age of 38, because he had lived a life that was so full of pain and anguish. Now, I'm going to read you a ton of excerpts from this article that I have been seized by. I knew a lot of this information, not as far as the detail went. This article was written, by the way, by Tom Leonard for the Daily Mail, in which he explored that life of David Reimer because, well, David Reimer ended his life because he was experimented on by a man named Dr. John Money. And Dr. John Money is the spiritual...
What a name, by the way. John Money? Money? Like I want the last name Money. Goldstein. That's a strong name.
Father of the trans movement. Now, let me just say right off.
Maybe. Is that like just a Anglification of Goldstein? You know, is that it, perhaps?
Off of the bat, I don't care where your politics are. I don't care if you're left-leaning or right-leaning. If you accept that people can change their genders or you believe that that is not a plausibility, this is just a historical document. We are talking about what actually happened. And it's important for you to know that so that you can be a better informed person dealing with a lot of these political subjects that we are submersed in today. So
she's going to use... That's a very interesting statement. First of all, there is nobody watching the Daily Wire that thinks people can transition. Period. This is for Media Matters and people like me who watch and react to and report on what she's saying. That's not for her audience. That's for us. This isn't an unknown story, so I don't know why she feels... Like she said, it's in What is a Woman documentary, apparently. So why is she feeling compelled to relitigate the circumstances of his tragedy? Why is this... This is tragedy porn that she's probably doing here in order to motivate the right-wing audience that she has. That is my interpretation of why she's doing this.
The story of David Reimer actually begins in 1965 when he was born as an identical twin. Then his name was Bruce, by the way. Brian and Bruce were born to a working-class Canadian couple. He was a twin, born to Janet and Ron Reimer in Winnipeg, Canada. The boys were perfectly healthy, but after 7 months, they were having trouble urinating. On medical advice, their parents took them to the hospital to be circumcised.
Wait, so this was in Canada even. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know. I thought this was a conveyor belt circumcision. Apparently not.
The following morning, the doctors rang with horrifying news. Instead of using a scalpel, an electric cauterizing pen had been used for the procedure, and in Bruce's case, the equipment had drastically malfunctioned. A surge in the current had entirely burnt off his penis, and surgeons would not be able to reconstruct it. This is just a horrible situation of a child being mutilated because his parents took him in for a circumcision. Mr. and Mrs. Reimer were...
Why is she reading a paper rather than speaking directly to the camera? Why don't they have prompts? Maybe not. I know TYT. We'll actually speak about them later. Maybe that's like they do, because I know they don't have teleprompters to speak from. So they all have papers where they have notes and stuff like that. But so maybe they're doing the same thing here for authenticity.
Young parents from a religious background, and they were bluntly informed by a psychiatrist that their son would be unable to consummate marriage or have normal heterosexual relations, and that he would have to recognize that they would have to recognize that he would be essentially physically defective. Naturally, they were distraught, but then a year later, in the spring of 1967, they saw a man named John Money, Dr. John Money, being interviewed on television. Enter this native New Zealander doctor who was trailblazing at the time, working at Baltimore's Johns Hopkins University, one of America's obviously most celebrated medical schools, where he had established the first United States clinic that performed sex reassignment surgeries, the first United States clinic. Janet and Ron watched him in fascination. He was charismatic. He was acclaimed. He was a researcher.
Listen to this, the emotional language she's using here. She's painting him as like a messiah. And I understand that's how they felt, the parents. They probably, oh my God, this is our one opportunity here.
He described his theory that based on his work with intersex hermaphrodite patients who have been born with both male and female sex characteristics, he had decided that all babies were in fact gender neutral. This is where we're hearing this term. He decided that no matter their genitalia, any baby could be streamed in one direction or the other thanks to hormone injections and surgery into a gender that was chosen by others. Now, the Reimers, of course, were desperate at this time. They wanted to ensure that their mutilated son would have some chance at a normal life, and they saw this as a possible solution. Okay, so we can just maybe say he's not even our son. We can streamline him into the other direction. And they also provided for Dr.
The way I understand it, and I haven't looked into it that much, is the way you turn your penis into a vagina is by using the penis and turning it inside out, pretty much. You take at least a piece of the head as the clitoris, stuff like that. You know, you use the entire cow when you slaughter it. The hoofs for glue. You use the intestines for sausages. You use, you know, it's an entire process. You don't just, if you burn your penis to a crisp, I don't think it's going to be easy to turn that into a vagina if you want to, you know? I don't know if I can create a new penis, but I'm too squeamish. I believe, because I've seen Jordan B. Peterson. For FTM. I've seen Jordan B. Peterson post pictures of what looks like mutilated forearms, where they like remove quite a lot of parts of skin and maybe some muscle. I don't know, fats, whatever. I don't know the details. I just know he has posted mutilated arms that are like you can see how much they've removed from it, and it looks gross, but it's gonna grow back probably. And they use that to create a penis-like structure. And then I think they have like the balls. One of the balls, I believe, will have a button on it, and that button is gonna shoot out a rod. That's what I'm explaining. Scream Dream gonna shoot out a rod or extend a rod in the penis to make it hard. So you're not going to have the blood flow to make it hard. But you're going to have a rod that... So you can go for hours, baby. You can go for hours. Don't worry about... Baby, you will never have a bad day where your dick isn't rock hard if you are female to male transitioning, okay? But it's not going to be a grower. It's going to be a shower every time. That's just reality of it. I haven't looked at a trans penis that I know, at least. So I don't know how it looks per se. If they can mimic the head of the penis and the foreskin and that well enough to make it believable. But I do know they have a rod to make it rock hard.
For John Money, a solution to his problem, because you see, up until that point, he hadn't been able to conduct his experiments on children of just one sex. Of course, the children that he was seeing were intersex children. So where was he going to find a test?
Oh, and by the way, just some hopium for anyone who feels like they are on the smaller side. I can't relate. I'm honest to God. I can't relate. I'm sorry. I can't relate. Would I like a bigger penis? Yes. But I can't relate. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna... Yeah. Quick side quest here. I've never felt like I had a big penis, you know? Like it's never been like a pride for me that I have a big penis. Partially because I'm a grower, not a shower. Partially. But partially because I've never been complimented, really. You know? It's not an obviously massive penis. Like I can't when I see my own penis being rock hard, I can't go, everyone will notice that this is a massive penis. You know? I can't do that. However, I've never felt self-conscious about it, thankfully. Women have moaned. Women have cummed. A lot of cumming has happened during my time. And it's not until I met my current girlfriend and she went, "No, your dick is big." Like I went, oh, really? That's interesting. And because of that, I have like, yeah, you know what? It is big, actually. It is. I can't deny it anymore. I'm sorry. I refuse to deny the truth any longer. Okay. But for everyone else out there who needs a bit of hopium, and you're jealous at the plastic surgeries that women can go through to grow their tits, to shrink their not their hips, what's it called? Their midribs, their midsection, their stomach, to grow their butts, to just beautify themselves. If you want a bit of hopium and you're like, God damn it, the dick surgeries aren't good enough, because they're not. They're horrible, actually. The dick surgeries, you can't mimic a real penis that way. It's not possible. It's not gonna be. It's not feasible at the moment. Here's the hopium. Trans men. Now they want the real deal, right? They would give a lot of good money for the real deal. There's gonna be people who want to take experimental procedures to try and mimic the blood flow that can happen. Maybe like some synthetic tissue that can, like, there are gonna be people, trans men, who want the biggest, massivest, like they want to be able to have it dragged behind them like a fucking veil from a bride during the marriage ceremony, you know? They want the biggest dick possible. Trust me. Trust me. You know how I know this? Because all men want the biggest dick possible. They are gonna make sure that it is as lifelike, as humanly able to. And I think from that, people with small penises are gonna get their surgeries, okay? So have faith. If you have a small dick, you should be a trans ally, okay? I'm just saying. There are guys out there getting procedures where they break their legs and make them longer. Yeah. And that's those procedures came from people with uneven legs. I had a schoolmate who made one of those procedures. His legs were like a 5 centimeters difference or something. So his shoes were special made to accommodate for that. And then when he was like 16, I think, maybe 17, it was quite short in general, to be fair. He's like 160 centimeters or 160 centimeters. But he had a surgery where they don't break the legs off cleanly, the leg bone, and remove them. They break them off unevenly, and then they extend them. So they're fusing with more, I don't know if it's called tissue at that point, but more area rather than like cleanly off. You know, you can't extend from here to there and have it grown back together. So instead of having metal rods connecting the bones, you just let the bones fuse together at a different point. But yeah, from there, plastic surgeries or plastic surgeons realized, hey, we can make this for people who don't have this medical issue. We can just extend people's legs equally and they'll grow taller. And thank fucking God, I am, like, I've never felt like I have won the genetic lottery in my life until I've grown a bit older. When I was, you can see the scarring on my face. Like, I've had a lot of acne. You can still see acne at times. I have some blotchy skin. My brother has it worse. Thank fucking God. That's going to be a real radio face. I have some things to work on. I have ADHD, all that stuff. But I am above average tall. I'm above average height, I mean. I am above average penis size. I am fine. I am fine. I'll do just fine, you know? Oh, and I'm white and I'm male. But those two things I've known about for a long time, to be fair. I've known about those for a long time. I've known about my height as well. I was the tallest kid in class for a long time. I was among the tallest in school for a long, long time. So the height thing, the male thing, the white thing, I've known about those things. The penis thing, that's fairly new, actually. I quite like it. Anyway, we're not here to talk about my penis, okay? Plastic surgeons can be some real shady people. Yeah? Fuck, we're completely getting off topic here. Talk about Stunlock. Plastic surgeons are obsessed with beauty. There's no denying that. The topic is David Reamer and Candace Owens and how she manipulates the story. You asshole. Did you already forget? Plastic surgeons can be some real assholes. Plastic surgeons are obsessed with beauty. They are obsessed with beauty conformity. And I think that's the issue. Not maybe beauty conformity, actually. Beauty, in some cases, beauty conformity, but in a lot of cases, beauty enhancements, like exaggerations, beauty exaggerations. But I think most plastic surgeons that don't work in a plastic surgery clinic is going to be good people. They are there to help people. They want people to be, because I can understand why people go in to get plastic surgery to fix themselves. Like, okay, prime example. I don't think this guy is gonna be, because I don't wanna tell people, oh, look at that nose, and it's just a regular nose or whatever. But this guy, like, I don't think. Oh God, I'm sorry. There are physical traits that is gonna hinder your normal life. You know, that's gonna make just walking down the street feel like you're being looked at like you're at a zoo. You know, like you're a monkey at a zoo. There are absolutely those physical traits, and I completely understand people who don't want to normalize them, who wants to just fit in, you know? Just not be seen for that. But then there are people who have twisted ideas of beauty that go in to fix just a regular nose. Like, a lot of people have said this. He went from looking like a Greek god to a dude with a podcast. You know? I don't. Is this really an issue here at all? I don't think so. At all. I find this quite handsome, actually. This profile picture. And this, I wouldn't even notice this. And stuff like that. Then there are people, and I don't know if, I know she's removed herself from this due to health scares, and I've talked about her before, so I don't need to relitigate it. But she is an acquaintance of mine that goes in and does the most extreme things possible. Like, if it's not extreme, it's not interesting to her. That's what she did pretty much. And there was I don't know about I don't know. I don't even think this is photoshopped. You know, stuff like that. There is a whole spectrum here. But plastic surgeons, yes, can be some really shady shit people. Really, really shady. Anyway, plastic surgery in general, I am in favor of it. There was one thing that made me change my stand, because I used to be against plastic surgery in general. I used to be say, oh, no, you should have psychological treatment first. Unless it's like an injury and stuff like that. My grandfather had fairly significant plastic surgery due to a severe motorcycle injury. But I don't think that anymore, because when you paint your house or when you refurniture your apartment, when you change something exterior, when you buy a new product that you've longed for so long, you feel good in the moment, right? You feel like, oh yeah, this is gonna not fix things, but it's gonna make me feel better. You know, that new gym membership, that's gonna make me feel better. It does, for about a month, for a few weeks perhaps, and then you go, I'm tired of this. This is getting old. This is getting stale. Apparently, what made me change my mind on plastic surgery in general is that apparently plastic surgery leads to long sustained happiness. I'm gonna see if I can find that. But apparently just getting a boob job for women or a nose job or whatever, apparently that leads to sustained increased happiness over time. First result I get. Results support increased happiness post-surgery compared to those who choose not to go ahead with plastic surgery. The patients who did undergo operations felt happier, were less anxious, had developed more self-esteem, and found their body as a whole more attractive. The research also notes no adverse effects were observed from the subjects who underwent procedures. That's really interesting to me. Results. Can I get that in this? Let's just read the abstract. From National Library of Medicine, does a cosmetic surgery improve psychosocial well-being? Both men and women are becoming increasingly concerned about their physical appearance and are seeking cosmetic enhancement. Most studies report that people are generally happy with the outcome of cosmetic procedures, but little rigorous evaluation has been done. More extensively, type change procedures, or example, rhinoplasty, appears to require greater psychological adjustments by the patient than restorative procedures. Interesting. Patients who have unrealistic expectations of outcome are more likely to be dissatisfied with cosmetic procedures. Some people are never satisfied with cosmetic interventions, despite good procedural outcomes. Some of these have a psychiatric disorder called body dysmorphic disorder, which is a real thing, which is something you have to, like, if I still think the compromise that I've landed on, that after like 10, 15 years, whatever, is I think 1, 2, maybe 3 procedures. Whatever, go for it. You do you. If you want more, like, maybe you should need a psychological evaluation to make sure that you're not having body dysmorphia, stuff like that. I don't know. But I'm not anti plastic surgery in general because of the sustained happiness that I've read about. Anyway, get back to this. How did we get to this? Let's go back 10 seconds and see what the topic, what the words were that triggered this.
His experiments on children of just one sex, of course. The children that he was seeing were intersex children. Surgery. So where was he going to find a test case baby who could demonstrate that his radical theory actually applied to all children that were not intersex? No parent, of course, would have voluntarily submitted their children to be raised as the opposite sex just to prove his point. But in the Reimers, he found a couple that was willing. They were attracted to the psychologist because Bruce's identical twin brother, Brian, represented what researchers would call a perfect control group. Obviously, they're twins, against whom Dr. John Money could compare Bruce's progress as a female. So they picked one twin and decided, okay, this is going to be your life. Now, at that time, it was much easier to surgically construct a vagina.
That is completely a completely logical assumption to make, I guess. It's kind of like the parents were desperate, and I liken this desperation to someone with untreatable diseases going to Mexico, Russia, China, India, whatever, to find that one experimental treatment that might, in a 1 in a million chance, save their lives. And they're willing to pay whatever amount of money they have in order to make it. I see this as equal to that. And I completely understand those people that do it. I don't like it, but I completely understand, and it's completely logical to me.
Vagina, then a penis, and Dr. Money was able to persuade the Reimers that Bruce should be raised as a female. But for the experiment to work, he said, neither of the twins must
ever... She's reading a script here. Why doesn't she have that on a prompter? God damn it.
Or be told the truth. Now, could you imagine that? You, as your parents, you know that you have given birth to 2 males, but you decide, since you've accidentally mutilated one of them, that one of them is just going to be raised as a female, and you're just not going to tell anybody. Least of all, you are not going to tell them.
Thanks for being here, Blaze.
So although they were initially reluctant to do this, Janet and Ron were so impressed.
Oh, and Blaze, by the way, sorry for fooling you last time when you thought I was going live at 1 a.m. I obviously put the wrong time there. It should have been 1 p.m. Sorry about that.
By his intelligence and his persuasive powers, that eventually they simply agreed. Bruce now became Brenda. They renamed him. And he was then castrated when she was 22 months old. A rudimentary vulva was fashioned for her by doctors at Dr. John Money's hospital. The sexologist prescribed that Brenda should start taking female hormones when she was 12. Now, the Reimers did not appreciate until later that the course that Dr. Money had so confidently outlined for Brenda.
So obviously, we have much better procedures these days than they have had back then. Today, we don't prescribe hormone therapy during the teen years. We prescribe hormone suppressions. I doubt Candace Owens will mention this. We don't prescribe hormones to replace the hormones that are currently circulating through the bodies. We are prescribing them when they're old enough to make that decision for themselves. So we are just pushing the puberty to until they've turned of age when they can make those decisions for themselves. They didn't back then. Of course, they wouldn't have done with David Reimer since they wanted to experiment on him. But still.
It was actually experimental, had never been attempted on a developmentally normal, that is, non-intersex child before. So they were a bit unwitting, I guess is the best way to say it. Janet said, I looked up to him like a god. She was in her teens, by the way, when she gave birth, and she simply accepted whatever John Money said. She would regularly write to the sexologist about Brenda's progress, and every year, the twins would visit him, Dr. John Money, and he would interrogate them at length. In 1972, when the children were 7, Dr. John Money published a book called Man and Woman, Boy and Girl, and it was about that particular case, although he gave the family pseudonyms. The experiment, he announced, had been a total success. The girl happily wore dresses and played with dolls, while her brother loved cars, soldiers, and climbing trees. So would you imagine that? So you have someone who's a renowned doctor, he's doing something as an experiment, and now he's publishing works and saying, this is a success. And now you have other people that are coming up in medical school, they're consuming this knowledge, and they're going, okay, amazing. We never even considered this, that you could just set somebody on a course in a different direction despite the biological assignment that they were given at birth. They were born as a male with male parts. Now, Dr. John Money.
I love how Candace has to use the correct terminology here. Because that is the correct terminology. Assigned at birth, that because we know people change. She acknowledges that people change here, which is very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Is disproving this theory. He had finally won international acclaim, which he had so long craved. Around the world, the idea of sex reassignment surgery for children suddenly became more acceptable. But Money always knew that the rosy picture that he had painted was far from accurate. As Brenda would later admit in interviews, both she and her brother knew early on that something was not right. Far from enjoying wearing them, Brenda tore off the lacy dresses that her mother made her wear and showed no interest in makeup. At age 4, Brenda said that she wanted to try out her father's razor. At age 6, Brenda announced that she wanted to be a refuse collector.
Okay. Some of these things are gonna be exaggerations. Like when I was 7, 8, 9, I don't know exactly, younger than 10 at least, I tried on my mother's shoes. I tried on, like, I even, you know what? I even had a fucking Barbie doll to play with, I believe. I wonder where that doll is now. Maybe it's been given away. But I believe it's a Barbie doll that my mom had when she was younger, that she allowed me and my brother to play with. Now, we didn't play with her as a Barbie doll. She was a fucking soldier, okay? That's like, we're not talking about being trans necessarily because you experiment with your gender. We used to play Power Rangers when I was young even. I was always the Pink Ranger. Always. Was I the yellow? I might have been the Yellow Ranger, actually. Not the pink one, the yellow one. Because saber-tooth fucking tiger. Come on. But who was she? Well, she used to be Asian. She was Asian when I grew up, the Power Ranger. Thuy Trang. So I was always the yellow Power Ranger. Saber-toothed tigers are awesome. When I played The Sims, the first game, I was always, the main character was always a woman for some reason. I don't know why. But, you know, I played Tomb Raider as well. Like, I've had my gender, what you call it? Not, I've had a phase in my teens and younger years where I experimented with my gender in a safe environment. You know, I've had those times. So everything she mentions here isn't going to be indicative of him being forced into a gender he doesn't conform with. I can imagine a lot of girls saying, I want to try my daddy's razor blade. You know, stuff like that. Daddy does it, why can't I? Because you're a fucking kid. Shut up.
Brenda hated playing with dolls and always chose her brother's toys instead. Her mother reassured her that she was just a tomboy. At school, Brenda never fit in. She was rejected by both the girls that she didn't want to play with and the boys that she desperately wanted to join. Brenda was bullied mercilessly, and even the teachers were uncomfortable around her. She was very rebellious. She was very masculine, and I could not persuade her to do anything feminine, said her mother, Janet, years later. Brenda had
another anecdote. I have to. In college, I'm going to do it quick. In Santa Monica College, I had a teacher. I think I've told this story before, but she was a lesbian. Her mother had forced her because she was older, of course, and she grew up in a time where people weren't lesbian. Okay, they were just confused. So her mother forced her into like heterosexuality and forced her to dress as, she was more a tomboy, but she wasn't allowed to be a tomboy. She was forced into heterosexual relationships and yada, yada, yada. She divorced her husband. but now she told a story about how she still feels uncomfortable in women's clothing, in feminine clothing, but she feels forced to use them because of her upbringing. So, but she doesn't process like the matching the same way as regular women, or not regular, that's the wrong word, but conforming women do. So she used to talk. She at least used to ask her daughter about, do these things match? Can I dress like this? Stuff like that. So this isn't just about transness or non-transness in David Reimer's case. It's also about just sexuality in general,
Had almost no friends growing up. Everybody really ridiculed her, called her cave woman. She was a very lonely, lonely girl. What Brenda and her brother Brian particularly loathed were their annual trips to go see Dr. John Money for interviews that were conducted without the parents present. From the age of 6, the doctor would show them.
But this is also like the 60s. So I mean, yeah, there weren't a lot of safeguarding for kids back then in general.
Pictures of men and women, boys and girls, and of adults having sex. Screaming at them in fury until they obeyed, he would force them to strip off their own clothes and examine each other's genitals.
He was a monster.
Twins, identical twins. And this is what Dr. John Money is making them do. Most twisted of all, he often asked them to play at thrusting movements and copulation, with the prepubescent siblings forced to pretend to have sex in various positions in front of Dr. John Money.
Listen to how detailed she is with these emotionally wretched acts. She just wants her audience to be emotionally invested in hating on these things. And since I'm 99% sure she won't say, thank fucking God we don't do these like this. We don't do it like this these days. Her audience is going to go away with, oh, is that what they do?
These encounters would be photographed, and sometimes Dr. John Money would summon his academic colleagues to watch. Money was no impartial researcher. Having rebelled against his own repressive religious upbringing, he was a bisexual who championed nudity, open marriage, group sex, and hardcore pornography.
Oh my God, if he just had some restraint, he could have, he would have fit in today, dude, if he had some restraints.
He also had deeply unsettling views on children and sex.
Okay, maybe. I'll take it back.
In 1980, he was accused of endorsing pedophilia and incest after he told Time magazine, quote, a childhood sexual experience, such as being the partner of a relative or an older person, need not necessarily affect the child.
I take it back. I disavow completely. I am sorry. I didn't know about those views. Highly suspect that he forced two identical brothers to simulate sex when they're kids.
Adversely.
Like I know oh God, this is gonna come back and haunt me if I ever blow up. But I know that Foucault, he had some very interesting ideas about child sexuality as well. And I imagine John Money have read a lot of Foucault, There is probably a large contingent of academics with these types of views who have those types of views because of Foucault's teachings, because of how he viewed human nature. And that's going to inform, there is, I don't like that the left says that there is no media influence at all. Of course, media influences you. There was a book being released in the 1800s that made people commit suicide. Like, it didn't explicitly tell people to commit suicide, but everyone wanted to be the main character, and the main character committed suicide at the end of the book. So it was a natural progression where you identified as a character and you dressed as him and then you committed suicide. So media do influence people, even those without cognitive disabilities, in very, very strange ways. And I can imagine that if you think Foucault is right on everything regarding human nature, I can imagine you landing at, well, if it's so malleable, if it's so, if it's whatever we want it to be, then naturally kids can be sexual. They've just been, or we have just been, socialized them into not being that. If we look back at history, we can see kids who are 14 years old or even younger, 9-year-olds, being sent off to marriage. They were seen as sexual beings at 9 years old. Period comes, you're a sexual being. Now get in there, have sex, have some babies, you know? So I can understand why that would be, I don't want to say a reasonable assumption, but maybe it is, if you don't have more knowledge, or if you believe Foucault, it might be a natural conclusion to make. But today we know it's wrong. Today we know. However, where that sexuality comes into play is totally different. In the US, you have like 18 hard cutoff. In Europe, it's more like between, has it gone as low as 13 in some cases, I think? Or is it in UK? Age of consent UK? 16, okay. A Europe map. Oh yeah, 14. 18 there. Can I get a bigger map here? Oh, we have, which is, a person is legally competent to consent to sexual acts. Yeah. Close to age. Have we changed that in Sweden? 18 except for those close in age? Like Romeo and Juliet laws? Maybe we changed that. Above 15 only after complaint unless in a position of trust. I don't know what that means. But yeah, 14 seems to be the lower end here. Or is it Japan, Asia? Let's go here. Age of consent. Anyway. My point is that these age of consent laws that are low isn't so that middle-aged men can go fuck a 14-year-old. That's not in my view at least, the modern idea behind keeping these laws. It's that 14-year-old kids are sexual beings that might predate older men and older women, of course. I think that's more the idea behind it, that they can be initiative takers in this. They might even lie about their age because they might look older. It is a whole thing. I don't think it's because men or women who are older should fuck those kids, but more the kids might predate the older people, you know? Anyway, that tangent.
Yet this man was in Time
Many
magazine.
tangents today. I'm sorry about that.
Allowed to work at Johns Hopkins
I have taken my medication.
University.
Okay. I'm gonna. My ADHD brain is just doing this today. I'm sorry. I am so sorry for all of this. I don't know why, but I think it's because I have been on 54 milligrams of Concerta medication for 3 months now. is it 3 months? I'm on my 3rd month. Because I asked for a 2nd month and then I missed my appointment. So I haven't been able to up my prescription, unfortunately. And I think that's why my brain, because I'm just used to this level at this moment. So I think my, because if I go back to like 16 milligrams was my first prescription, that's not going to do anything for me today. Because I'm used to that. I am used to more. My body's like, that's nothing. So I think I'm just used to this level of stimulations or stimulants. And I think that's what makes me jump around more. So I need stronger medication. But I'm getting there. We haven't reached the peak of my drugs yet.
He had these views of children, and now he is making 6-year-olds, one of which he has encouraged to change their private parts, copulate, and play at thrusting movements, pretending to have sex in various positions in front of him. These are historical facts. This is not being made up by me.
Historical facts.
It goes
That's
on
a very interesting way to phrase it.
to read that he reportedly told a Dutch academic journal that he did not see any problem with a sexual relationship between a boy aged 10 or 12 who's intensely attracted toward a man in his 20s or 30s. Brenda told the BBC in 2000, "I thought he was perverted. I thought he was a sick man." As Brenda grew older, she increasingly felt herself to be a male. She adamantly refused to have more extensive surgery to construct a new vagina, a procedure that Money regarded as essential to cementing his patient's psychological sex change. On the last occasion that Brenda was dragged to see Dr. John Money in her early teens, she ran to the roof of the building to get away from him. Although her parents and doctors had persuaded her to start taking the hormone estrogen when she was 12, leading her to develop breasts, and even as her voice became deeper,
It's very strange that Candace keeps calling David Reimer her, isn't it? Is that just me? Like when you speak about Caitlyn Jenner before she became Caitlyn, you still speak about her getting a gold medal in U.S. Olympics, right? You still speak about Caitlyn Jenner getting that. Yes, and then you might add, while you're speaking about her Olympic achievements, you might mention that she went by Bruce at the time. She went as a male at the time. So, why is Candace Owens referring to David Reimer as her?
she threatened to commit suicide if they ever took her back to see Dr. John Money. By now, both girls and boys at school were refusing to let Brenda use their bathrooms, forcing her to relieve herself in a back alley. The Reimer family and other doctors who had supported Dr. Money's plan could see that Brenda's talk of suicide was serious, and so they backed off. In 1979, when Brenda was 14, she made the decision to stop living as a girl. The following year, the twins' father took Brenda out for an ice cream and dropped the bombshell.
Oh, it's his father. Okay.
Father told Brenda that she...
I was certain it was the mother. Let's just... No, never mind. I actually don't question the details. So far, I have been in lockstep with her on the details up to this point. I trust that the details of this is actually legitimate.
He had actually been born a boy named Bruce, had suffered a botched circumcision, and had been raised as a girl on the advice of Dr. John Money. Brenda, he said, had always been a fiction. Within months, Brenda then changed his name to David, the David that we just showed you in that Oprah clip. He started taking male hormones and had his breasts surgically removed. He finally made a close friend, one of his brother's pals, Harold Normand. This week, Harold...
God damn. Your first friend at 14. That's going to be, oof. Damn.
Normand told the Mail that he and David shared a passion for tinkering with cars. Mr. Normand also revealed that when asked, the Reimers would gloss over why Brenda had suddenly disappeared at age 14 and David had suddenly appeared in Brenda's place.
That's very strange.
Unconvincingly claiming that that Brenna had actually been a cousin who had died in a car accident, while Dave was a long-lost brother. Yet while the teenage David was far happier as a male, Mr. Norman told the Mail that he soon had to confront the limitations of his situation. Although he underwent the painful surgery to create a penis, it was hardly a proper substitute. David tried to have girlfriends, said Mr. Norman, but it didn't work out. He told one of them that he had had an accident with his genitalia, and suddenly the whole school knew and was laughing at him. Days later, after he had overdosed on antidepressants, his parents momentarily wondered whether it might not be kinder to just let him die. As David grew older, he desperately wanted to have children, but having been castrated as an infant on Dr. John Money's advice.
Yeah, and that's why when he finally met, I remember reading that he was really happy about having kids.
He was physically unable to.
Well, adopted kids.
Then his brother's wife introduced him to a friend, Jane Fontaine, who already had 3 children but no partner.
3 kids.
David and Jane hit it off immediately, and they married in 1990. I would have to say that he was a great father and, a wonderful husband, and he was very romantic, said Jane, who has since died. It took David years to discover all of the lies that Money had told the scientific world about him, falsely presenting him as a successful case when, in fact, his life had been ruined by the doctor. David said that he wanted to physically attack Money if they ever met. In 1997, to spare other children similar treatment, he and Brian revealed the truth about Money's reprehensible behavior to one of the doctor's bitter academic opponents, Milton Diamond, who had become suspicious about Money's account of success. As David headed into his 30s, a series of personal setbacks, including losing his job, being defrauded of his savings, and separating from his wife, plunged him into severe depression. His relationship with his brother had always been difficult, but deteriorated completely after they discovered that they were really brothers. Brian had also been...
Wait, they kept that they were brothers?
Upset by the deception, and Brian himself died from a drug overdose in 2002. Mr. Norman told the Mail that David's parents, both of whom have also since died, held a small funeral and buried Brian in a secret place because they were worried about disruption from callous local people who had never understood David's appalling situation and thought that he was better off dead. 2 years later, David shot himself. His parents blamed Dr. Money for traumatizing their child and turning him suicidal. They were also guilt-ridden, and Mrs. Reimer herself attempted suicide while her husband became an alcoholic. David never blamed his parents, nor did he ever forgive the 2 experts who ruined his life. The doctor who originally botched the circumcision and Dr. John Money, who died in 2006. The scars that he had from those 2 mentally affected him, said Mr. Norman. He'd get depressed about it. In 2004, the BBC Horizon program called this case a cautionary tale about what can happen when science pursues a beautiful theory with scant regard for human costs. It's a conclusion that has even greater resonance today. Again, that is...
There we go. There we go. Now we're getting to the juicy part. When she tries to connect all of this to modern trans practice.
It's an article that was written by Dr. Tom Leonard, and it's mind-boggling to me. It's scary to read something like this because this is the man that is considered the spiritual father of the trans movement. All of the phrases that we hear today are because of his lasting influence on the movement. It was him who initially theorized that this could happen, that you could take a child and you could push them into a different direction. And it was him who falsely wrote that his experiment on one such child was successful. And the truth is that it wasn't. I think it is incredibly important that every single person in the world understands who Dr. John Money is, since this is now become a very severe cultural debate and one that we are all victims to if we are raising our children in society. I have young children. We know what is going on in the school systems, and we know what is taking place. And so it became so important for me to just read you that story. It's been covered in What is a Woman? But not every person in the world has seen What is a Woman. And I think it is incumbent upon all of us, whether you have a platform or not, if you have a phone, a smartphone, and you can share this, you should share it. People need to know.
Okay. Man, you should share it. Okay. Dr. John Money. Let's see if his ideas about gender really is... So I know that he is... books on sexology. Queer. What? Queer theory? Wait, is it? Why can't I find gender? I think. All right, sexology. Fine. Let's just read the sexology books on sexology. Money co-edited a 1969 book, Transsexualism and Sex Reassignment, will help bring more acceptance of to sexual reassignment surgery and transsexual individuals. So the reason I want to read this is to find out how much of this is really. Oh, that's why I found it probably. Really from him, rather than he coined some terms that have been redefined and ideas that have been discarded in favor of news. Because we know now that you can't force someone to be a gender. So how does Candace Owens, can I go queer theory? Here we go. Money. Nothing on money. Okay. So how much of his legacy still lives actively in the world? Compare this to, I don't want to compare it in scale or in veracity to Einstein, of course, but compare it to Einstein and his theory of relativity and special relativity, which have long-lasting and profound insights into how we view the world today. The world we can experience, at least. He has defined it permanently. He has made us understand. He hasn't unified, which we thought at the start. We assumed that he had unified, created a unified theory of how the world works until we discovered quarks. Accidentally, mind you. Way too early did we discover quarks. Way too early. We just happened upon them. And his theory doesn't apply to that world. So we haven't been able to unify the theory of physics, but we have two theories, and they are strong at the moment. Anyway, I don't think Dr. Money is going to be that kind of persistence in the field of gender or even sexology in general. I would compare probably Dr. Money's long-lasting, without being an expert in this. I'm a complete layman. I'm more of an expert in physics than I am in gender ideology. But I would probably more compare him to an early Greek philosopher, or maybe at the best Newton. You know, someone who discovers something but can't quite define it. You know, because he's limited to his world understanding. Anyway, Money introduced numerous definitions related to gender in journal articles in 1950s, many of them as a result of his studies of intersex morphology. His definition of gender is based on his understanding of sex differences among human beings. According to Money, the fact that one sex produces ova and the other sex produces sperm is irreducible criteria of sex differences. Is the irreducible like in of sex okay so he's saying that's the only thing that we can't change that defines what sex you are. Like yeah, okay. However, there are other sex derivative differences that follow in the wake of the primary dichotomy. These differences involve the way urine is expelled from the body and other questions of sexual dimorphism. According to Money's theory, sex adjunctive differences are typified by the smaller size of females and their problems in moving around while nursing infants. This then makes it more likely that the males do the roaming and hunting. Yeah, that's a common, I see citation needed here, but that's a common evolutionary theory today, you know? 6 arbitrary, like reasoning at least, evolutionary reasoning why we have the sexual dichotomy that we have. 6 arbitrary differences are those that are purely conventional. For example, color selection, baby blue for boys, pink for girls. Interesting why this isn't highlighted, but this is. For some of the latter differences apply to life activities such as career opportunities for men versus women. Finally, Money created a now common term, gender role, which he differentiated with the concept of the more traditional terminology, sex role. This grew out of his studies of intersex people. According to Money, the genitalia and erotic sexual roles were now, by his definition, to be included under the more general term general. The genitalia and erotic sexual roles. What? The genitalia? Why is the genitalia under the gender roles? Shouldn't that be under sex role? Or whatever. Including all the non-genitalia and non-erotic activities that are defined by the conventions of society to apply to males and females. In his studies of intersex people, I think this is probably... This genitalia has been removed entirely from gender role, I believe, today in modern gender theory. And erotic sexual roles... like sexuality, I assume, is, or is it submissive versus dominant, perhaps? But if it's sexuality, that has been absolutely removed from gender role. In his studies of intersex people, Money alleged that there are 6 variables that define sex. While in the average person, all 6 would line up unequivocally as either all male or female. In hermaphrodites, any one or more than one of these could be inconsistent with the others, leading to various kinds of anomalies. In his seminal 1955 paper, he defined those factors as 1. Assigned sex and sex of rearing, like who does the upbringing, I guess. Why are they the same though? External genitalia morphology, like how our genitalia looks defines our gender roles. In hermaphrodite, more others leans to various kinds of anomalies. In the seminal paper, he defines these factors. Okay, internal reproductive structures, hormonal and secondary sex characteristics, gonadal sex, chromosomal sex, and added patients showing various combinations and permutations of these 6 sexual variables may be appraised with respect to the 7th variable, 7, gender role and orientation as male or female established while growing up. He didn't define gender role as all those things that a person says or does to disclose himself or herself as having the status of boy or man, girl or woman, respectively. It includes, but is not strictly, or is not restricted to sexuality in the sense of eroticism. Gender role is appraised in relation to the following: general mannerism, deportment, and demeanor. Deportment? What is this? Medical jargon? The way a person stands or walks, okay. Play preferences and recreational interests. Spontaneous topics to talk in unprompted conversation and casual comment. Content of dreams, daydreams, and fantasies. Replies to oblique inquiries and projective tests. Evidence of erotic practices, and finally, the person's own replies to direct inquiry. I think this one is probably the most defining part. Money made the concept of gender a broader, more inclusive concept than one of masculine and feminine. For him, gender included not only one's status as a man or a woman, but it was also a matter of personal recognition, social assignment, or legal determination, not only on the basis of one's genitalia, but also on the basis of somatic and behavioral, blah, blah, blah. God, this is just like, he considered X, he considered Y, so he pretty much just defined what gender was here. In his book, Gay, Straight, and In Between, The Sexuality and Erotic Orientation, Money developed the concept of body-mind. I don't care about that. And then the controversies. Money argued that the media responses to Diamond's expose was due to right-wing media bias than the anti-feminist movement. He said his detractors believed masculinity and femininity are built into the genes, so women should get back to the mattress and the kitchen. However, intersex activists also criticized Money, stating that the unreported failure had led to the surgical reassignments of thousands of infants as a matter of policy. God damn it, no, did it? Privately, Money was mortified by the case, colleagues said, and as a rule did not discuss it. He was ashamed, rightfully so. Researcher Mary Ann Case wrote that Money made fraudulent, deceptive claims about the malleability of gender in certain patients who had involuntarily undergone sex reassignment surgery, and that this fueled the anti-gender movement. Yes. I remember this. I know this is oh God, whatever. Okay. Okay. So we have what he contributed to the modern gender theory. And we can also have that he is by no means revered among modern gender activists, modern theorists, modern academics, whatever. He is not discussed except as a historical fact of what not to do. He is not taught in schools today. So how will Candace Owens make this about modern gender theory? Let's listen.
Know this man, because it appears that those who purport to support the trans movement don't want to talk about him.
Yeah.
He was, in fact, a pedophile. He was a person that at least supported pedophilia and watched 6-year-olds emulating sex in front of him. These, again, are the facts, and it would be very disturbing to me if YouTube had an issue with us diving into actual, real history.
Always. The enemy is both strong and weak at the same time. You always have to, as a conservative, position yourself as a victim of circumstances. It's not your fault that you are silenced. It's YouTube's fault. Obviously, you're not silenced here, Candace. Obviously. And depending on what you say here, YouTube might have issues with what you say beyond what you've said here. You know, it might be one and not the other.
That's all I'm going to say about that. As central banks in countries like China...
Wait, is this gold? She's doing ads for gold. That should tell you how old her audience is.
Sure. So Pride celebrations took place all across the nation this past weekend.
Wait. How is she going to connect these two?
I'm sure you saw some of the clips, and I just want to reveal them to you because obviously YouTube.
Oh, and by the way, the reason why activists don't talk about John Money, again, is because he's not relevant to the modern discussion of gender theory. He's irrelevant to the history of gender theory, not modern theory.
Put me in timeout for an entire week. They wanted me to reconsider my positions on Pride, and I really now just want to platform it and allow people to hear what the community is thinking and saying. So let's first take a look at what went on at the New York City Pride Parade.
Yeah,
take a
let's
listen.
look on. Let's look. Let's listen. What happened? What is this? Coming for your kid. Here, we're queer. We're coming for your children. Boobs. Here, we're queer. We're coming for your children. Boobs.
There we go. We have it. We are here. We are queer, and we are coming for your children. Now, if I had...
Before she speaks here, I think it's bad advocacy. I think it's bad praxis to chant like this. The same goes for the song from the gay choir from San Francisco, where they're singing about, ironically, doing the whole. It's bad praxis. Don't do it, but. She's going to twist it, of course.
Said that, I would have had my account hit with a strike. But I guess if they say it, it's freedom and it's pride and it's them expressing how they personally feel. So we will leave it at that, absent any commentary. Now let's jump into what's going on.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just sharing what they say. No commentary. I just talked about John Money and how he mutilated and how he's a pedo and blah, blah, blah. And here's queer people chanting, we're coming for your kids. But I'm not commenting. Sure you're not.
In Seattle. I love Seattle. What are they doing at the Pride Parade? Let's take a look. Oh my God.
Yeah, I
no,
don't
these
think
men are fully naked. No, they're fully naked. Fully naked on bicycles, waving, and there are children in the crowd. What is going on? They're fully naked. Is this allowed? Okay. All right. I guess it's about freedom, and it's about...
Candace, do you think nudity is inherently sexual? I don't. I don't think when I've seen my dad in the nude that it has been sexual in any way. When I've seen my mom in the nude, it hasn't been sexual in any way. This might just be my Eurocentric brain. This might be my Swedish upbringing. But I have been in plenty of saunas, Candace. And in a sauna, it is customary to be nude, to be seated on a towel only and be completely nude. That is the customary way of dressing inside of a sauna. Is that sexual? I don't think so. Not even close to it. Nudity isn't, by definition, sexual.
About love being love, and
now, I don't think to be clear. I don't think that means you should mandate people to be nude. I don't think that means you should necessarily be nude around children haphazardly. But it's a fucking pride parade. It's about celebrating diversity. It's about celebrating weirdness. Nudist colonies exist. I've never heard of I've never heard of pedophilia going on in a nudist colony. Never.
And if you are in love, most people want to get completely ass naked on a bicycle and ride around in front of... Right. It's about freedom, and it's about love being love. And if you are in love, most people want to get completely ass naked on a bicycle and ride around in front of children and families. I actually wanted to examine what Washington law was on that, because that's definitely not legal everywhere. According to the Washington state legislator, indecent exposure, a person is guilty of indecent exposure if he or she intentionally makes any open and obscene exposure of his or her person or the person of another, knowing that such conduct is likely to cause reasonable affront or alarm. The act of breastfeeding or expressing milk is not indecent exposure.
Yeah. Okay. Such conduct is likely to cause reasonable affront or alarm. Clearly, nobody is alarmed by this, are they, Candace?
Okay, so would that count as indecent exposure?
Obviously not.
No, I'm going to guess in Seattle, that is considered perhaps decent exposure because it's about love. So if...
No. If this was any other day of the year, this would be indecent exposure. Any other day of the year. But because it's during Pride, and because people during Pride are depraved, because all people are depraved in general, including you, Candace. Don't try to hide it. We all know you're freaky. Because people are depraved in general, and Pride Parade is, in some sense, a celebration of human depravity, you're gonna have more lenience towards nudity in that case.
Men get naked. I mean, I can't think of any reason that I would want to be naked on a bicycle, but I guess this falls under Pride. Let's stick with Seattle.
I need... Now, is this... I don't want Daily Motion. Can I... Is it not on YouTube, perhaps? It might not be on YouTube because of indecent exposure. That's perfectly possible. So I might not be able to even show this. Ad blocker. It's always the ad blocker, isn't it? Nope. Ad blocker, I have approved your website. What the fuck are you talking about? Unpause. Always. I don't know. Okay, whatever. We're not gonna. Here you can see the image. Here you can see an image. I mean, they are naked. They are butt naked, except for here for some reason. I think this might be painted on. But yeah, Queen, nude bikes, nude women on bikes, perfectly normal.
Although, let's see what else they're doing. Take a look.
So this is all she's gonna do here. She's just gonna go and show people on. So this whole video is just her litigating the events of David Reimer's life. Just going over his events and talking about John Money and how depraved John Money is and how horrible he was as a person and the horrible things he did towards kids. And then we're going to talk about Pride, but I'm not doing commentary. I'm just showing events. I'm just showing you. I'm not saying anything. It's so fucking disgusting that you think that John Money is even relevant in today's discussion. Imagine, again, I'm going back to physics, but imagine going into university for physics and you bring up Newton. Newton's theory on planetary movements. It was a clock that everything was just moving as they should, and they're just falling. I don't know how he exactly how he explained planetary movements, but his theory doesn't make a lick of sense. The only reason we still learn about Newton in school is because his calculations are simple and function on Earth. They are not heliocentric. They are terracentric. They are perfect. If you want to calculate how fast an object will fall, you're going to use Newton equations. If you want to know the arch of a thrown object, it's Newtonian physics that you're going to calculate from. But as soon as you go beyond that, as soon as you wonder, why does this work? How does this work? Newton's theories just crumbles. He saw the surface and he extrapolated the rest. John Money saw the surface that, hey, gender and sex are not connected probably, and he theorized the rest. He completely just assumed things and then made experiments that proved him wrong. But he wasn't strong enough to admit it. He wasn't strong enough because he was dead set. And in some ways, I understand him. Imagine you have pierced the veil of time. You have managed to time travel into the future, into the year 2023. And you see all of these different gender identities, and then you're snapped back into reality. You're back at where you were, and you can't explain what happened. All you know is that sex and gender are not connected. And you become a psychologist, and you study intersex people to try and figure out, and because they are the people who are seeking your help. I can understand the conclusions he came to and why he wouldn't let go, because he was so convinced that he was right. I can understand that. But I wish he hadn't. He's probably contributed more to the setback of, but we can say that about a lot of things in social progress. But he has absolutely been one of the main reasons why we have so much pushback on transness today. For the same reason why we can look at the Soviet Union and go, that's probably why we have a lot of pushback against socialism today. Because it doesn't work. It didn't work. It's yeah. It is. I'm not surprised by Candace Owens' attempt to connect John Money to modern gender theories and to throw some not so subtle pedo shade against the LGBTQ community. I am so not surprised. Anyway, cut the segment. Cut it. Stop. We're done. We are so done. I said earlier, I know I said it, that we shouldn't, I'm not gonna cover the biggest mainstream stories because I don't think I'm gonna grow my channel that way unless I have something not unique, but something else to contribute that I don't think a lot of other people have done. So that's why I'm hopefully not going to get flagged for this. I'm hopefully going to be able to scathe by with my stream. Hopefully. MSNBC and Rachel Maddow doesn't DMCA me, okay? But here, we're gonna have some fun here, okay? We're gonna have some fun. Trump has been indicted multiple times at this point. One of the indictments happened right before Hillary Clinton was gonna go on Rachel Maddow. Let's watch.
All over the country right now, people are wondering what Hillary Rodham Clinton is thinking watching things unfold in Georgia. She is the former Democratic presidential nominee, U.S. Senator from New York and Secretary of State. I should tell you, she has a new essay out in The Atlantic on the well-being of Americans and our democracy. It's called The Weaponization.
Yeah, I don't care about that. The only thing I want to see here, because you know what? If this was me, if I was her, I would have been so fucking gleeful. I would have been, I would have felt so damn vindicated. And she should feel. She should feel every positive emotion she can at the moment. God damn it. Should she be happy right now over all of these things that is happening? This article, I don't care about that at all.
This is not the circumstances in which I expected to be talking to you.
Nor me, Rachel. It's always good to talk to you, but honestly, I didn't think that it would be under these circumstances. Yet another set of indictments.
This is something, this is becoming like a skill set. Like in the news business, you say like, oh, I've covered Olympics or I've covered a campaign. Now it's, those of us who've covered 4 indictments. I don't know if 4 is it. We don't know if Donald Trump is among those indicted this evening, but all expectations are that he will be. Do you feel satisfaction in that? You warned the country essentially that he was going to try to end democracy, but most of the country didn't believe you.
Well, it's hard to believe. I don't feel any satisfaction. I feel great, just great, profound sadness that we have a former president who has been indicted for so many charges that went right to the heart of whether or not.
Okay, now it's boring. Now it's boring. I just wanted to share her glee with the rest of the world, okay? I just wanted to share it with my audience, how gleeful she is, how happy she honestly is over all of this. I don't believe that she when she says she's not gleeful or whatever, she's not happy over all of this. Of course she is. She's as vindicated as you can become on this. On everything else, she's still a horrible person. I wouldn't want her as president. But on this, she's vindicated. She's so back. She's so back, guys. I just wanted to share that. Another thing I wanted to share is, so Anna Kasparian. Wait, let's do this. Anna Kasparian has been fighting with the left a lot lately over birthing person being used in medical settings, in medical jargon. She thinks that's the meaning of women. Why? Men are on their regular called or referred to as sperm donors. Because when we give sperm, that is what we are. We are sperm donors. Why is birthing person any different than sperm donor? I don't feel the slightest demeaned degraded by being referred to as a sperm donor if I ever gave sperm? Why would that demean me? It's just a technical term. But that set off a whole litany of disagreements for her, apparently, where light pushback from the likes of Lance from The Serfs or Mike from The Humanist Report going, are you, what, why are you saying? Vosh, he called her a retard, okay? He said, but he calls everyone he disagrees with a retard. But she honed in on Vosh rather than having a cordial and calm conversation with Mike or Lance. She decided to go scorch earth on every fucking leftist and liberal in general that support trans people alive. And last night, I believe it was, I should have it bookmarked actually. Last night, I didn't have it bookmarked. Anna Kasparian. Last night, she decided that no, there we go. She tweeted a link to the video I'm about to watch. All of this, strategically speaking, this is it. So this is apparently how she thinks the left should move forward. The case for class first leftism. Let's see what she thinks and if we can agree or disagree on this, okay? Let's see.
This kind of
by the way, before, I need water.
takes us to one of the key things you say at the end of the book, which is, you talk about the case for, we say, class first politics, which is funny actually, because this is terminology I'm not used to seeing usually exactly, although I remember in a few years ago, Noah Berlatsky wrote an article about me where he said I was a class first leftist. At the time, I was like, I don't know what that means really, and what he seemed to mean by that is that I didn't care about like racism and sexism and stuff like that. But
nobody cares about racism or sexism as much as Noah Berlatsky. I can promise you that.
Fair enough. I'm not even going to try. But you make these. You make these distinctions between, like genuine class reductionism, which you say, you're not going to say it absolutely doesn't exist, but it's if it does, it's vanishingly rare, and a sort of strategic class first approach, which I see that you also wrote about for your Substack just now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, you want to just kind of get into a little bit what that sort of strategic argument is for an emphasis on class?
Yeah, sure. So the problem with identity politics, which, I'd like to think that I'm I'm not obviously not claiming to be at that level, but I'd like to think that I'm sort of coming at this in the tradition of somebody like Eric Hobsbawm, right? So, who wrote a really excellent critique of identity politics that I encourage everybody to read. The problem with identity politics is that identities, the way that they are defined today, are small, right? They are smaller than what you need to create a political majority anywhere, right? Now, the caveat to that is that people have long said, well,
what does he mean by smaller exactly? What does he mean? They are smaller in general? Smaller in what relation? Smaller how exactly?
a woman is a identity, and that's half the population. But unfortunately, in 2016, 44% of women voters, white women voters, voted for Donald Trump. So it's
Right.
not really a reliable voting bloc.
Okay, so identities in regards to voting, and which he's saying, okay, apart from gender, everything else is small. I'm guessing, which of course, yeah, sure, and
it's not just that like identities are small, right? Where, for example, let's say you are someone who really is invested in your Asian identity. That's great. You have politics that are informed by your Asian identity. That's great. You have special attention that you pay to sort of issues that you think are relevant to Asian people. That's all great. It remains the case that Asian people are something like 6% of the population in this country, right? And so you cannot possibly mount a meaningful electoral victory, a meaningful electoral charge, just with your identity group. And what I find particularly bizarre about the sort of contemporary identity politics is that they keep slicing the onion thinner and thinner, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at, for example, at the concept of BIPOC, you see different definitions of this online, but the way that I learned about it when I was in grad school is that BIPOC means Black and Indigenous people of color, which is meant to specifically separate those people of color, Black people, Indigenous people, from Hispanic and Asian people who are sometimes referred to as white adjacent, right? So it's like, okay, well, now you've just taken, okay, let's say we had
so I'm not, okay, I might be wrong on this. I think the reasoning behind separating BIPOC from the rest is because Black and Indigenous people in the US has a very sordid history with the government, a very special history with the US government that no other race has. Yes, you had Irish people being subjugated and being treated as slaves and being called the black N-words, or the white N-words, because they were seen as just lesser than. Yes, you had those things. But once slavery ended, once I don't know if it was slavery ended. I think maybe they were released earlier than that, actually. I'm not 100% sure, but they might have been released earlier than the black people, because they could mix. They could just not say they're Irish and nobody will know. And the moment that hand from the hegemony reaches out to you and says, you can take my hand and be considered white, be considered part of us, or you can keep going with the slaves. Yeah, most people are going to take that hand, okay? Most people are going to take that hand and not think twice. But that is part of the issue, isn't it? That is why you class first leftism, class first advocacy can't ignore race. Race is part of that class struggle. So you can't ignore it if you want progress. I think there are valid criticisms of identity politics on the left, particularly coming from liberals. Oh, I am black and therefore you need to shut up and listen. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit all the way. I am trans and therefore you need to listen. Fuck that. But not identifying areas of society where these people are struggling more than everyone else. Like that's just naivete. You're gonna focus on, okay, let's do a thought experiment here. I haven't thought of this before, so let's see if I can come up with a good example on the spot. If you focus on, say, okay, I have it. Schools. Let's say you focus on, what just happened there? Thank you. Let's say you focus on schools, and you want equality in the school system. So you remove the taxation on housing to pay for the school. You remove that rule, and you make the states themselves direct the money. And it has to be equal, or it has to be where needed, you know? The states need to direct the money where it's needed. Okay? Where's that money going to go? In New York, it's still not going to go to the black community, is it? Because it's not needed there. Their prospects are far lower in general than in the white communities, than the suburbs. So the suburbs are still going to get most of that cash, most of that moolah, and the black people are still not going to see it. Because, hey, we can't have identity politics here. It needs to be class-centric. We talk about healthcare. Okay, we have universal healthcare. Great, awesome, perfect. And you see, okay, so a black person goes in, she has pains. And the doctor, the white male doctor, is going to go, no, you don't. This is commonly reported by black, especially black women, but black people in general are not seen as being able to experience pain the same way as white people do, are seen as exaggerating the pain they do feel compared to white people. So how do you tackle that by economic class alone? You don't. You need to talk about the race or the smaller identity and how that impacts our current day and how we affect it and how we change it to the better. Redlining is not in practice today, but it's not that long ago. It's not even a generation ago. Trump himself have redlined. Or have been not. I don't know if redlined is the adjective or whatever you want to use, but here, no vacancies for blacks. How Donald Trump got his start and was first accused of bias. He has been fairly accused of racism for a long time, you know? This is not something new. This is not... The only reason why we are talking so much about it at the moment is because people are uncomfortable with where the logic of the ideology they are espousing is taking us. Standing up for minorities, protecting minorities. BLM? We can't have that much fracturing in society. We need to stop talking about black issues. Why? Why? How does that improve policing when the issue with police isn't primarily class? It's race. It is also gender, to be fair. But that's... I'm going to say policing as well. The whole justice system. If we broadly talk about that, gender and race are very, very, very interconnected. Class has a role, because the police is absolutely more likely to stop a dilapidated Ford Fiesta as opposed to a brand spanking new Maserati. So sure, class has absolutely a point there. But fixing class is going to take a long, long, long time. Fixing the racial disparity is probably going to be easier. Probably. It's easier to see in the numbers, if nothing else. And if we focus on male to female sentencing disparity, just that alone will help black communities more than if we focus on the disparity between black sentencing and white sentencing. You know? So no, having a class-centric worldview everything isn't gonna trickle down from that. That is naive, in my opinion.
And
it's never happened. It's never gonna happen. What we're seeing is when people moving up in the class hierarchy doesn't look back at their fellow men who they leave behind. No matter if we're talking economic, economic, well, maybe gender even today, but back then, absolutely not. But today, sure. Or racial perceptions, like we saw with the Irish.
Asian people who are sometimes referred to as white adjacent, right? So it's like, okay, well, now you've just taken, okay, let's say we had the coalition of people of color. Now you've defined an even smaller subset. And then you sort of get into these cross-sectional things.
Mm-hmm. And the reason, by the way, Asians are referred to as white adjacent, which is, there's some racism there we can talk about. But however, the reason why is because when they immigrant from, they are rich. They are not the poor Asians that are coming to the U.S. It's the rich Asians, okay? So they have economic class. They are in a higher economic class, which makes them closer to whiteness. I would say being rich is not the primary definition of whiteness, but is the primary reason for why whiteness exists. It's not because all white people are rich. It's because the people who are rich are white.
That's right. Where it's like, okay, well, our movement is for women, queer BIPOC women, for example, etc., cisgendered women, or whatever you want to say. That just can't work. The math just doesn't work, right? Like just the math of identity politics is pretty broken. And so the benefit of a class-first approach is something like 80% of this country, and sort of just defined loosely, something like 80% of this country is regularly experiencing sort of patches of material insecurity, right? So I've been saying since my first book that I think I understand why we are the 99% is useful framing and the 1% is useful framing. But I think that in a very deep sense, the separation is between the top 20% and the bottom 80% of income of earners. And I will say up front, I am part of the top 20%, by the way. So just throwing that out there.
Damn, bro. So I don't disagree with him here necessarily. What he is missing, I think, is that, yes, identity politics is stupid in general. Focusing on identity politics first is stupid. I agree with class first praxis, class first struggle. Sure. But you can't ignore the racial, the gender, the sexuality aspects of class. You know, being black, being an inner city, New York inner city black teen in the 80s, why would you ever care about society in general? What may, we're gonna help the struggling. Yeah, help the struggling whites, you motherfucker. That's how they feel. Rightfully so. And moving into today, has much changed? No. It's been 43 years since 1980. Have things become that much better for black people? No, not really. Have things become better for white people? Yeah. In a lot of cases, yeah, it has. Most of that has gone to the top. But if you start off with nothing and then multiple recessions happen, where is that nothing gonna take you? Oh, it's gonna take you into negative digits. I see. But if you start with something and multiple recessions happen, you might lose money on the way. But we see with the richest of the rich that if you have enough money, you can actually gain from a recession. You can buy cheap and sell high after the recession because you have so much money. It doesn't matter if you go bankrupt or not bankrupt. If a business you invested in goes bankrupt, you invest in another business which will take off after the recession, and your money's back on top. You might even have consolidated the money in a better investment, which, I mean, we've seen this with the numbers of multi-billionaires how they grow their numbers. Black people in general, the inner city black people, the people who are struggling, the working class black people, they don't have much. Working class white people don't have much either. But it's not generational. And that is part of the problem. In general, it's not generational. That is part of why we need to have a racial component when we're talking about class. The same goes with a gendered component when we're talking about class. But I think, as I've talked about before, we're going to see a massive shift in the gender disparity that's going to flip entirely the whole game when it comes to that. As soon as the old curmudgeons are gone, as soon as the 80-year-old people or the 90-year-old people, the 100-year-old people are still on the boards of massive corporations, well, when they fall off the game of life, we're going to see a lot of women take their places. A lot of women. It's just lagging behind is all because of increased medical advances. But to not imagine going back, imagine going to Africa, and you go, let's see here, where in Africa? We're going to go into Cambodia. Is Cambodia even in Africa? Yes. Is it? No. Asia. What am I thinking of? Cameroon, I was thinking of. Not Cameroon. We're going to go into... I want a... South Sudan. Imagine going into South Sudan. And you're going to talk about class, and you're going to talk about yada, 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 the working struggle, rise up. And you're not going to talk about gender disparity. You're not going to focus on that at all. Because, hey, class first advocacy. Remember that. you're still going to have women being poor then. You're still going to have women being tied to their husband, being homemakers instead of breadwinners, not by choice, but by force. Because the culture doesn't allow, I don't know specifically about South Sudan. Of course, Djibouti might be a better, I like Botswana perhaps. I don't know. But you know this. If we go back 100 years in our own cultures, we had this here. We had the same issues here. And if we didn't focus on that, if the feminist movement didn't focus on equality among women, yeah. Speaking of the feminist movement, the suffragettes, they focused not on women, not on working class women even, not on rich women even. They focused on white, rich women, which I know I'm repeating myself because black women rich. But they focused on the stratosphere to create change. And you know what? I think that was a good thing at the end of the day. I don't think it was necessarily. No, I'm going to say I think that was the correct way. They didn't do it because it was the correct way to do it. They did it because they were racist and classist and all that. But by allowing for rich white women to gain at least some rights, the women below them are going, why are they getting special treatment? Why not me? So the movement, because at first the middle class and the working class women are like, that's not going to happen to me. How is that going to happen? I'm not. They're not going to succeed at doing that because we have our structures, we have our culture, we have everything that is the way that it is. But as soon as that happens, the middle class women are going, maybe we're going to have to try. So they expand it and expand it and expand it and expand it. And eventually, black people are going, why are women allowed but we're not? Am I not a man? And so it's a slow process. But I think that's how you have to do it. I actually think that's how you have to do it. When it comes to helping inner city kids, helping working families, helping the black community in America, I think the best thing you can do is to focus on schools and medication, of course. But I think medication is a broader issue that everyone can get behind. White people, if you're a middle class or if you're a rich, if you're above, if you live in the suburbs, you might even not understand how bad the inner city schools are, and the solutions that they always come up with is philanthropic schools, private schools. But the best thing you can do is to make schools in general more equal. But to do that, you have to explain why they're not. And the reason they're not is because of redlining, it's because of racism, it's because of appearances, it's a racial identity issue. It goes all the way back to slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, horrible schools, bad outcomes. You know, it's a through line. And to ignore that is, in my opinion, a really, really bad leftist Marxist analysis.
Something like 80% of Americans regularly.
Oh, right. That, and I just to wrap a bow around all this, what I think he's missing here is when you focus on these issues, you don't just focus on those issues. You explain a myriad of issues. If you're just advocating in general, like I've been doing now for 10 minutes or whatever, you talk about all of these things, and you talk about the class and how these things are connected to class. But if you never mention them, why would the black people who have experienced this disparity for generations, why would they trust that now this white woman or that white man or whatever, why would they trust that they would ever come to their aid? Unless they talk about how they will come to their aid. When it comes to trans issues with it, which is the biggest hot button topic at the moment in the Western world, apparently, when we talk about those issues, I don't know how we can have a class analysis of it, because this has nothing to do with class. Transness has nothing to do with... We're seeing poor and rich people become trans, okay? Or transitioning. So I don't know how to talk about that issue and the persecution and genocide and class. And especially since we have history of this. The world's first trans clinic in Berlin would be a century old if it hadn't fallen victim to Nazi ideology. The first book burning included entire records, entire studies, entire medical progress from this institute. It was a trailblazer, and the amount of knowledge we would have today. We wouldn't have Dr. Money. We would absolutely not have Dr. Money doing the procedures that he did on kids, on the Reamers, or David Reamer at least, if the Nazis hadn't burned this institute to the ground. And to say then, in lieu of what is happening in Florida, in Texas, in all over the US at the moment, in the halls of Congress, and on the presidential debate stages, in lieu of all that, to say we shouldn't focus on this, this is bad praxis, we should just focus on class. They did that in Weimar Republic. To an extent, at least. the communist, the KPD, Communist Party of Germany, allied themselves with the Nazis. Because, hey, the Nazis are better than the liberals. The Nazis are not interested in bourgeois democracy. So we're gonna collaborate to take it down. I'm not gonna say that TYT, Anna Kasparin in particular, is even close to doing that. I don't think Anna Kasparin would recommend Trump or DeSantis or whatever, even if they spoke spoke to the working class on economic issues. But she has been palling around with some far-right individuals. She defended Ben Shapiro because, hey, at least he didn't call her retarded, right? He just wants trans people to be exterminated. But hey, he didn't call her retarded, at least. And that's important. That's what's important, you know? Not being called mean words.
We encounter some sort of financial hardship, material hardship that scares them, that makes them feel insecure, that leaves them without an immediate recourse. And yes, like someone at the 75th percentile, right? 75th percentile of earners is someone who can still have a sudden shock, financial shock, that leaves them wondering what they're going to do next. Class-focused politics work for a variety of reasons, but the most important is that the coalition of people who find themselves facing material insecurity and who need help navigating the 21st century economy, which is an economy based on creating a tiny class of winners and a big class of losers. It's an economy based on the destruction of labor security, not just in terms of unions and the labor movement, but the casualization of labor, forcing people from salaried positions where they have benefits to being gig workers, for example. The potential coalition of people who face those things is just bigger than anything else you can imagine. And so we have to really re-emphasize the sense that coalitions and solidarity are not about liking each other, right?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
On an interpersonal...
Anna, it's not about liking each other, you retard.
Level. So to give you an example, the American labor movement and in auto unions, for example, the UAW. If you read some of the history of the UAW, there was certainly some scenes of...
UAW? Is that a union? Union Auto Workers, okay.
Black and white camaraderie underneath the umbrella of the union. But there was also a long history of racial antagonism within the UAW, of of different races sort of becoming blocks that were sometimes in a great deal of tension with each other. But when it came time to secure the next big contract, right, they recognized their mutual shared interest, and so they worked together.
Wait, maybe this is not the UAW, perchance, but I do know that when it comes to unionization, the white working class didn't want to unionize together with the black people. You know, they wanted those works that were for us. You know, they were our work opportunities. Okay, you black people are not going to come here and then they didn't say black people, by the way. You black people are not going to come here and take our jobs. Our job, they're our jobs. You know, the issue arose when the white people went on strike. So the company brought in black scab workers, which I completely completely understand why, if you're not allowed into the union, yeah, you're gonna scab. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. The union should be for every worker that at a workplace that union is present. Period. But if you don't allow in black people into the union, why would the union care about your precious money? Because they couldn't get that money before, now they can. So what happened, if I'm not misremembering entirely or making this shit up, is the union decided, you know what? In order to stop this scab activity, we need to allow black people to unionize with us. And how is that not racial identity politics? And how do you arrive, if you're, at the time, if you're a leftist, if you're a racial segregation abolitionist, how do you, how would you have talked at that time about racial issues without, or class issues that affect only the racial minorities, without talking about racial identity? Does this mean that, because when I hear identity politics, for me, that is always a white people are not allowed to speak on black issues, you know? White people have no relevance, have no input that is important to black people, period, or racial minorities in general, period. Men should not speak on women's issues. Anyone who is part of the hegemonic, a hegemonic identity is not allowed to speak about the identities that are not hegemonic, you know? Which is stupid. Completely stupid. But I don't think that's what he's talking about. I don't think that's what he's talking about, but I think he's missing a vital component in how he talks about this. Maybe. Or he's just wrong even. He might just be wrong in how he thinks that moving forward should look like.
And I think one of the unfortunate things about the way that the personal is political, that idea, which for the record, I think is the worst thing that ever happened to the left. One of the ways that the notion of the personal is political has damaged the left is that it's made people unwilling to countenance the idea of being in coalition with and being in solidarity with someone you just don't like, right? Someone you would never hang out with, someone you don't want to come visit your home, but someone who you can use their vote, you can use their ability to strike, you can use their ability to fundraise, and the two of you can find mutual power according to your shared best interests.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree with the ending there, but that goes for the racial issues as well. Was Martin Luther King an identity politician that ignored class struggle? No. On the contrary. Did he focus on racial issues? Yeah, he did. Was that a good thing? Oh, of course it was. Of course it was. I have a dream. That speech, however, that was a mistake. That was a massive mistake. Every conservative dipshit and liberal who just wants to be colorblind, because this is what seems to be what Freddie DeBoer or DeBoer, I don't know, is talking about. And I think that's been kind of disproven at this point. If you're not a liberal, ignoring race isn't gonna fix the issues for those who are marginalized because of race. Ignoring gender is not gonna fix the issues of those who are marginalized because of their gender identity. This is class reductionism. And I think a better way to move forward is to say, yes, I agree with the ending there, that we need to work together, even if we don't like each other. I agree with that. Yeah. Be a political progress isn't made with those you like. It's made with those you despise, unfortunately. And I wish it was with people I liked, but not always. Sometimes you have to. For example, here in Sweden, we had the Social Democrats after the last election. They reached across the aisle to the biggest conservative party on the block, on the right-wing block, the right-wing coalition block. They reached out to every right-wing party, even, I believe, and said to say, hey, do you want a coalition build? Do you want to be in our left-wing coalition? We will do concessions to you if you're part of the coalition. Even the Communist Left Party said, hey, we'll support the coalition without demands. For one single fucking reason. Keeping the far-right Sweden Democrats out of government. Out of power. That's the only... There is... Just to go off on a tangent. I'll go off on a tangent afterwards. I'll actually Google it now. For that reason alone, they wanted to coalition build with right-wing parties. And only one of those parties agreed. Unfortunately, it was a smaller party and they couldn't coalition build. So we have a right-wing government now, supported by the Sweden Democrats, the far-right Sweden Democrats, who are not that long ago avowed Nazis, neo-Nazis. They are. It's so not long ago that the current leader joined the party when they were still avowed neo-Nazis. And of course, there's new neo-Nazis being discovered inside that party at all. Every week, it seems, at some points. Like, it's really common. It's just, another Nazi being discovered inside the Sweden Democrats. I am shocked. Shocked, I tell you. But yeah, so I agree that the coalition building you don't do with people you like necessarily, but you do it with people who agree on solutions. You don't... and the solution that the Social Democrats had was keep the fucking neo-Nazis out of government. Period. That's the goal. That's the goal. That's the primary goal. How do we do that? We have to coalition build with the right. Okay, let's coalition build with the right. And I think how you speak about economic class issues, and how you coalition build with marginalized people in general, and actually hegemonic identifying people as well, is by saying, by talking about their issues, but then connecting it to broader issues. To go back to inner city kids, to go back to the school example, you talk about the school issues for black people in the inner cities where school funding is, I mean, they're walking on their knees. They're using 30-year-old textbooks. There are outdated everywhere, stuff like that. You talk about that and you say, okay, the way we fix this solution is not to focus on that, but to focus on the broader issue of how we fund schools. And if we change how we fund schools, we can more equally distribute the money where it's needed. We don't allow the states to completely direct the funding as they see fit, because that's going to be messy. But we do allow the schools to use the funding as they see fit. I just heard of an alternative to how you build, how you arrive at an economic budget for municipalities. And I think this can work for more things than just municipalities, but this is what the example was. You have participation. You have participatory democracy. So you invite a bunch of people, or not invite. You invite the public to a day in a large venue, and the people that show up to those venues are from the local community, and they are then tasked with where to direct the funding. Where is the funding needed? Now, I don't know exactly how the end process works, how much they specifically allocate different areas of their political influence. I don't know that exactly. But the idea is, and apparently it works. The idea is to have the people who are most motivated are the people who are gonna come to these events, and those are mostly gonna come from the poorer neighborhoods. So then the funding for those schools is going to go there then, right? Because they are the ones who are going to participate in these events, most likely. And I think you can do with that type of structure, I think you can arrive at fairly equitable and just outcomes for minority groups. However, I also think this would solve a lot of class issues in general. Oh, do we want to I so desperately want to trim my mustache and I can't. Or I'm not allowed to at the moment. If we take this approach and we think of roads, we're going to plan a train line or whatever. We're going to do new construction. Where should that construction be? We think we need to connect these two areas. Smack dab in the middle, there's a poor neighborhood. How do we go about this? The people that are going to come there are going to be from the poor neighborhoods. And how they fix this, I think is good if it's a communal matter. And that's going to help with class issues as well. Because what happens today is that the rich white folks are never inconvenienced by these types of constructions, are they? It's always the poor folks. And who's the poor folk? Black people. Huh. Mostly. In most areas in the US, I believe, black people are the poorer folks. Yeah, so I don't see how you cannot connect the two issues. Here's an interesting development. Speaking of the Sweden Democrats and our right-wing government, how has this affected the numbers here in Sweden? How has this affected our outcome for a new election in, what is it? It's 2.5 years. No, it's 2 years, isn't it? Oh, we have European Parliament elections next year. Right. It's a European year next year, or EU Parliament year. That's interesting. So we're gonna have in 2026. So in 3 years, September 2026, we're gonna have our next election. So the numbers are gonna change, but it's not looking good for the right-wing bloc at the moment. You see here, okay, so is this the? I believe this is the number they had. This is where the parties were during the election. Because you can see here the Sweden Democrats, the far right, they were above the moderates, which is the conservative party in Sweden. They were above them. They were the second biggest party during the election. But they have fallen quite a lot due to them supporting the current government, which is botching pretty much everything they're doing. But interesting, this is not falling. They've even grown a bit. That's interesting. But you can see here the Social Democrats almost plus 8% since the last election. That is massive. The left party, the Communist Party, the Socialist Party, almost plus a whole percentage point. Where do these come from? Every other party, it seems. Every other party is just hemorrhaging to the left wing, which I love to see, which I absolutely love to see. We want these to become as big as possible, the Social Democrats, because when they're bigger, these are going to fall, and this apparently are going to stay, and they are growing and growing and growing. I love that. We have let's see what we get here. 100 years Sweden democracy. We see here the dark red is the Communist Party. So we have here in the 1920s, when they fractured off from the Sweden Social Democrats, we can see how they have been just hovering below 10%, peaking in the late 90s, and then teetering off. But now they're on the rise again. But you can see the general curve. It is moving upwards. You know, the social democrat. I want to say social democrat. It's sweet. Yeah, no, it's social democrat. Oh my god, the sweet. I don't know what's wrong with me today. The Social Democrats have been waning and waning and waning. Here they had a majority themselves. Oh, that was nice. That was a lot of shit happened thanks to this. A lot of shit in the late 30s. Mm-hmm. Wasn't that when we switched from 2 chambers to 1 chamber? Like we used to have House of Lords, pretty much here in Sweden. No, okay, 1970s. Why is it changed there? 1970s. I guess some coalition building happened here. Okay, I thought it was earlier, but 1970s apparently. And then here we have the Sweden Democrats, the far right, which, if you're looking closely here, you can see they took a lot of votes from the Social Democrats, but now they've taken a lot of votes from the moderates. And we love to see that, don't we, guys? We love to see that. Do I...
RFK Jr.
Shut up. I'm not going to do that. Okay, we're going to do this. We're all familiar. We're all familiar with Tim Pool, the dim fool. We're all familiar with PragerU, not the university. And we're all familiar with hustle culture. But are we familiar with the synthesis, with the merger, with the intersect of all of these three? I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. This came out 3 months ago. That's 1.1 million views. So why don't we take a look?
Congrats. You made it.
Thank you.
You finished college.
Oh.
You got good grades. Okay, passing grades.
Yeah.
Now you're going to get a good job. Okay, a job. In 20 years, maybe you'll pay off your student loans. After working for another 30 years, you may finally be able to retire and take that cruise to Aruba you always talk about. And then, you die.
And we can fix that by socialism.
What a joke. Is this really what God or the universe or your mother had in mind for you? Who decided this is the path to success? The woke colleges that teach you almost nothing of real value? The corporations that need well-behaved worker bees to reach their quarterly targets? The government that takes half your income and then wastes it? I'm here to tell you that there is...
Half? What? Okay. Um, 21% federal, up to 21% with credit of tax paid towards other countries. I just want highest per marginal tax rate and local sales tax rate. 0% lowest. Maybe if he bundles in sales tax and stuff like that, maybe you can get it to 50% for the lowest classes. Maybe.
Is another way. I know, because I'm living it. I dropped out of high school at 14. I worked minimum wage jobs when minimum meant something, as in next to nothing. I lived out...
This is a horror story, my friend. This is not a feel good, you can do it too story. You know, this is you're a 1 in a million that just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I'm reminded of we had a TV channel called ZTV or Zäta TV in Swedish, where people have told stories about walking in to the building and saying, I want to be on TV, and they go, yep, here you go. You can. We have a spot available at 8 p.m. on Tuesdays. Why don't you take that spot? Do something. Here's your budget. You know, stuff like super easy to just walk in and get a job in TV at the time. I know in previous generations, you had the ability to phone up a company and going, I want a job, and they go, you want to be picking orders in our warehouse? Sure, I'll do that. Welcome on board. You know, you could just walk into a business and they had positions they needed to fill at the time, which is why we had a lot of immigration, a lot of economic immigration to the West at the point. And Tim Pool just happened to find himself in a new such era when internet companies were screaming for people because they had too much money and needed to spend it somewhere.
Out of my car in Campton Parks, and yet here I am, one of the most watched personalities on the internet. I employ a bunch of people, and I make more than the minimum wage. How did I get here without a college degree? As someone once said, I never let my schooling interfere with my education. My parents owned a coffee house in Chicago. I did a little bit of everything, and while I was cleaning, cooking, or cashiering, I was also soaking up the banter, learning about culture, politics, and why Jason hated the Republican Party. That was my education. I didn't have some grand plan for my life. Actually, I didn't have any plan. I just worked hard. Whether I was handing out extra crispy fries at the drive-thru window or freezing my ass off hauling luggage at O'Hare, I was always excited about what I was doing because I knew my next job and the one after that would be better. In my early 20s, I began a career in activism. I fundraised on behalf of Greenpeace and other environmental nonprofits, and I was damn good at it. In fact, I was always one of their top fundraisers. But I walked away.
It's just hustle culture. That's what he's talking about, which is just killing society. It's a fucking monster. Education, the way we conceive it, especially elementary education, is quite lacking in my opinion. It is too focused on making sure that kids are seated. And I know, because I've worked in school, I know it's just easier if they are seated. I know it's just simpler if they just shut up and listen and do what they're told. I know that. But I think it is creating a culture where we expect people to behave and be good boys and girls. We expect them to just shut up, white knuckle the way through it, and hope for a better job down the line. I'm tired of hoping. I'm tired of waiting for that better. I had that better job, and I was miserable. I was miserable because when I had that better job, partially because of my ADHD, but I mean, it's not a simple as everyone can do it if you're just focused hard enough. Because if everyone does it, what then? Like, okay, imagine you travel back in time. You're back in, I'm not talking caveman times. I'm not even talking medieval times. Because you're not going to survive that, bro. You're not going to survive that. You're going to be one of the first to die if you go there. You're going to die in like a half an hour because you insulted the wrong person and you won't understand the language and what a yada, 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 yada. However, if we go back 100 years, 50 years even, with the knowledge you have today, you're going to be the richest motherfucker there ever was. You're going to be able to fund and invest in every correct company there is. You know how things can work. You might not understand how they work, but you know that they can work. So you can, with this knowledge, even if we would remove the investment portion of it, you can fund a company on very little because you know this industry is going to take off in just a few years. You can apply for the right companies because you know that company is going to take off in just a few years. Or that industry is going to be indispensable in just a few years. Culturally. Even if pandemics don't happen, even if catastrophes don't happen, there are industries you know will revolutionize the world. There are knowledge in your head about how the world should work that you can use then. So you can, even if you're not a smart person, even if you're a complete troglodyte, you can become very rich because you have more advanced knowledge that you've learned. There's a reason why when you take an IQ test, that the IQ test is weighted against people your own generation. I don't know if it's 10 or 20 years, whatever they do. But they do this because compared to just one generation ago, you're a fucking genius. Compared to your parents, compared to your grandparents, you're a fucking genius. It doesn't feel like it because they have more experience. They have other things to that compensates for that. But at some point, your age comes to or your experiences due to age becomes great enough that the differences in their experiences is mitigated. And you excel beyond them. It is a construct of our education system because we always improve, we always iterate on what we teach and how we teach and the how fast we can move in certain areas. What areas are important to focus on and teach about. We always iterate on that to become better. And we see that in our IQ tests. Now, the point I'm making here is that if you give, because you could go back in time with the knowledge, even if you don't have, let's exclude the knowledge of future tech. Let's exclude the knowledge of future events entirely. You are brought back 50 to 100 years ago. Let's say 50 years ago. You're brought back 50 years ago with the knowledge of your education system, sans all future events. You will still crush every motherfucker there is with that knowledge alone. Because of how our education system progresses and iterates and improves. Now, the point that I'm making here is if you give everyone else at the same time the same education as you had, gone. Completely gone. You can be the smartest person alive. You can be the biggest hustler alive. That advantage is still gone. Now, if everyone happened to have your precise life experiences, if everyone hustled, if everyone tried to get where you are, Tim, society would break down. Who would you employ? Who would be your bodyguard? Who would even be your guests? Who would sit in the cashier? Who would be a cashier in the grocery store? Nobody, because they're out hustling. They're out doing their own thing. Everyone can't be hustlers. Everyone can't succeed as well as you have, even if they had all the knowledge that you have.
when I discovered that the green these organizations claimed to care about was not the environment. Around that time, rumors began circulating on the internet about something called Occupy Wall Street. The plan was for thousands of people to storm the streets of New York because they felt that the rich were being bailed out during an economic crisis they caused. Meanwhile, the middle class and the poor were being crushed. It seemed interesting, so I thought it was worth checking out. I bought a round-trip bus ticket to New York, planning to stay there for a week. I stayed 6 years. Multiple times a day, I would live stream and post photos of what was happening. When the epicenter of the protest at Zuccotti Park was raided by the police, I began what became a 22-hour straight live stream. Time magazine picked up my story. My career in media had officially begun. I was receiving phone calls, emails, book offers from every media organization you can probably think of. But I had already learned my lesson. I did not trust that they knew what they were doing, especially with new technology. So I went independent. I worked my ass off. I reported on anything I thought was interesting, always posting. Now that I had built a foundation, I had leverage. I went to Vice. I didn't ask them for a job. I told them the job they would make for me. They agreed. But as corporate media began to change and embrace the cult-like ideology of wokeness, I realized I couldn't stay there. If I wanted to tell the truth, I had to do it myself.
This is interesting. Tim Pool at Vice. Will I get it here? Maybe we can get it here. Vice. In 2019, Vice Pool's former employer described him as in a separate article as a lefty and progressive for his anti-corporate politics as well as right-wing. Interesting. The New York Times has described his podcast as extreme right-wing, more accurate in my opinion. In 2019, Pool described himself as social liberal. This is not what I wanted. I am looking. Here. He was bringing nothing to the table. It felt like we were being conned. Tim Pool. And if you've ever watched a Tim Pool video or live stream, you know he just blathers on without really saying anything. He gives you he reads the news article and then he goes on whatever he wants, talks about, without making any prescriptive statements, really. He's become better at that, but that's because he's turned into a right wing. He apparently he didn't do much work at Vice.
Fast forward 6 years.
Again, white privilege here talking. White male privilege here talking.
And I now have my own media empire. The Timcast Network has over 4 million subscribers, over 1 billion views, and 2 songs on Apple's top 10 list. And yeah.
Those songs are horrible.
I'm still working my ass off. In short, I trusted myself more than I trusted my teachers or my managers or the people running the companies I worked for. Whatever value they assigned me, represented by a report card or a title or a paycheck, wouldn't have an impact on my success. How about you? Do you believe in yourself enough to chart your own course so that you can one day do what you really want to do? For me, it's working for myself. For you, it could be getting to the C-suite of a Fortune 500 corporation, or staying at home and raising a family, or becoming a cattle rancher. There are a million good options. I'm not going to make any judgments about what you want to do. My life-changing advice? Well, sorry, I don't have any, except maybe this. Work, keep working, and then work harder. I figured it.
So, here, let's see here, where is it? Left school, blah, blah, blah. It's just...
You finished college. You got good grades. Okay, passing grade. Many years when minimum to reach nothing of real value. The corporations that need the woke colleges that teach you almost nothing of real value. The corporations that need well-behaved worker bees to reach their quarterly targets.
How do you become, by the way, that bee noise? I've had a lot of what's it called? What's it called? The prick you, the mosquitoes. I've had a lot of mosquitoes this summer, just buzzing around my ears, and I fucking hate it. But anyway, here he's talking.
The corporations that need well-behaved worker bees to reach their quarterly targets.
How do you think,
Maybe this.
Tim? How do you think?
Working for myself. For you, it could be getting to the C-suite of a Fortune 500 corporation.
How do you think you become? You arrive at that position. Do you arrive at that position by always being antagonistic? By always being the guy that shows off? The guy that says, fuck it, I'm going to go my own way? Or do you get there by being a good worker bee? By going to the woke colleges? By getting an education? Yeah, I think everything you've said in this video disproves or makes you not able to get to this position at all.
I'm not going to make any judgments about what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
My life-changing advice? Well, sorry, I don't have any. Except maybe this. Work, keep working, and then work harder.
And that is a good worker bee idea, you know? Don't complain. Just stick your nose to the ground and keep working. You know, don't look up. Don't demand. Don't organize the workforce. Just work some more, and work harder, okay?
I figured it out. Your turn. I'm Tim Pool,
Go fuck
host of
yourself.
Timcast for Prager University.
Working hard does not make you rich. Working hard makes everyone around you rich. Makes the bosses, makes the owners, makes people who don't share your interests rich. But it doesn't make you rich. I'm gonna stop here. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna say goodbye for today. Maybe I stream tomorrow. If I don't, you know what? No. I'll stream on Monday. If I stream tomorrow, it's gonna be a bonus stream, but I don't think I will. I'm gonna stream on Monday. So I'm gonna see you guys then. It's gonna be a late night stream as well. Or late night. It's going to be an afternoon stream as well. So hopefully I'll see you guys there. And if not, take care. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.